Good morning, Tony. You're up bright and early?
Good morning. I was on at 8 o'clock because I had the
Hey,
email for
Rick.
8 a.m.
Okay.
The host wouldn't let me in.
Did you get some snow this morning where you were? Must have, eh?
It's snowing right now. So, yeah,
Oh,
last night and this morning. Yep.
oh, Jesus.
Hey, when we're live, we get fiddle music and stuff. And what is this going on? There's nothing going on here. I've never seen so many quiet Métis people in one room in all my life.
Everybody's tired. They've been waiting since 8 a.m.
Grab us a song there, Rennie. You've got all those instruments behind you.
Oh, Jesus. You wouldn't want to hear me sing this morning. I'm not in good. I never had enough coffee yet. Oh, oh. Mm.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Jeff Overhead's our agency.
Good morning, British Columbia.
Good
Tanchi.
morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Tanchi.
Good morning, Walter.
Hello, Dan. How you doing?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
I heard you talking about snow and cold.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not cold. It's just, the white stuff that
Okay.
you gotta brush it off your cars.
Oh, we've had it really good. We really had a lean winter as far as snow and cold. It's not really
Oh.
cold. I think the coldest day we've had is -15,
Oh yeah.
but no snow.
Yeah. It's good, eh? Like
Well, no, not if you're a farmer.
no, that's right. Yeah.
And it's been over the last several years, it's been pretty dry here, all the old sloughs and that normally would get filled up. Rennie, they're hurting.
hmm Yeah, you're absolutely right there because I used to
But
hear
usually
the
this
farmers say
time of the year, we usually got, a foot of snow, and this is mild. It's not unheard of to be -30 with the north wind this time of the year.
yeah. Yeah, I know all about that. I lived in Dawson Creek
Oh, well, you know where I'm
back in the
coming
early
from. Yes.
70s.
Yeah, well, Walter knows what that's all about for sure.
Oh, you betcha.
Yeah, the it's always windy, eh? Like it seems like.
Yes. Well, they say that, there's several theories on that. A lot of people figure when they built the Bennett Dam there, that caused the wind, with the long lake, or just, as days went on and they cut more trees down for the farmers or loggers. Any number of reasons, that theories that people have ready.
Yeah. Yeah. The days,
Good
eh?
morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
We shall start momentarily. I think we're just waiting for Senator Hugendorn to come on and start us off in a good way with an opening prayer, and then we'll move on to quorum. So just as soon as we have confirmation that Senator Hugendorn's on, we'll officially start the meeting and start with on again a good way. And it sounds like she's just being admitted. Like she's on. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for attending. It looks like we have some early birds here today, which is great. We are going to be starting the December, I can't believe we're already in December 2nd and 3rd MNGA. I'm looking forward to having a good weekend, and as the speaker selected back in March, I'm happy to be back and guide us through today's meeting. So I'll call the MNGA to order, and I'll invite Senator Hugendorn to join us or come on and start us with in a good way with the opening prayer.
It looks like she's on. Is she having trouble with her audio video?
That's what we're trying to determine if she's. It does look like appear that she is admitted, so maybe she just has to unmute herself and activate her camera. Senator Hugendorn, are you able to unmute yourself? There you go. Senator Hugendorn? Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yep. Great. Great to have
Okay.
you with us this morning.
Yes, good morning.
I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Creator, we are gathered here today with the Great Spirit to give us courage, to let us be one mind, make it right, righteous, thankful, and proud. Give us the knowledge and wisdom to guide us. Help us with direction. Renew our spirit, Creator, with kind deeds and forgiveness that help others keep their life and find blessings in it. As I humbly, pardon me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I think someone had accidentally unmuted themselves. So please continue, Senator Hugendorn.
Oh, sorry. Renew our spirit, Creator, with kind deeds and forgiveness that help others keep their life and find blessings in it. I humbly ask our patient spirit as we walk forward in life to always follow the road of integrity and our hearts be filled with compassion, love, honor, and gratitude for all of life. Bless our four directions. Bless our Mother Earth, as I gratefully acknowledge that I reside on this beautiful shared, unceded territory of the Ktunaxa and the Secwepemc nations, a great elder nation of people. For I am Kishti Timoyang and Li Michifuyang. Yesterday, today, and always we stand. Kayash, Anush, and Pirimin. May which. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words, Senator Hugendorn. I am, excuse me, I am going to turn it over at this point to our MNGA clerk, Mr. Beaker. We're going to go through and confirm quorum. And then once that's done, I will turn it over to President Smith for some opening remarks. Mr. Beaker?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December session of the MNGA. I will be calling the roll alphabetically, and we will be, if the delegate is not present and there is an alternate delegate present, we will call out for the community, and at that point, please raise up your voice and say present. So, starting in the A's, Tom Adams.
Present.
Good morning. David Allard.
Present.
Good morning. Curtis Belcourt. Is there a representative for the Métis Community Society of Kelly Lake present?
Yes, I'm here, John.
Morning, Dan.
Morning, John.
Miranda Berard. Is there a delegate present for the Golden Ears Métis Society? Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Good morning. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Good morning. Topher Burke. Is there a delegate present for the Columbia Valley Métis Association? Ron Karan. Is there a delegate present for the Vernon and District Métis Association? Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Good morning. Nicole Corson.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
Sean Davrin.
Here.
Good morning, Sean. Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Good morning. Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Good morning. Cheryl Dodman.
I'm here. Thanks.
Good morning. Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Good morning. Deborah Fisher.
I'm present. Sorry, I had problems unmuting.
Good morning, Deb. Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Good morning. Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Good morning. Dean Gladue.
Present.
Good morning. Tony Goulet.
Morning, present.
Good morning. June Graham.
Good morning.
Morning, June. Patrick Harriet.
Present. Bon matin.
Morning. Susie Hooper.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Morning, Travis. Jamie Lee Keith.
Here.
Good morning. Anthony Creelo.
Present. Good morning.
Morning. Richard Lewis.
Present.
Morning, Richard. Tyler Massey.
Present.
Good morning. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning, Betty Ann. Walter Minot.
Present.
Good morning. Corey Nosicki, and apologies if I mispronounced that. Is there a delegate present for Moccasin Flats? Peggy Olansky.
I'm here for Peggy. John, it's Alana.
Morning, Alana.
Good morning.
Lana Olson. Do we have a delegate present for the Métis Nation New Caledonia Society? Valerie Pace.
Present.
Good morning, Valerie.
Morning.
Kelly Sears. Do we have a delegate present for the Wachea Métis Society? Mert Servatius.
Present.
Good morning, Mert.
Good morning.
Dana Shaw.
Present.
Good morning, Dana. Lisa Smith.
Present.
Good morning, Lisa. Natasha Smith. Do we have a delegate present for the Vermilion Forks Métis Association? Greg Stanwood.
Present.
Good morning, Greg.
Morning.
Joy Sundin.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning, Joy. Marlene Swears.
Present.
Good morning. Vince Van Meergen.
Present.
Good morning, Vince. Pixie Wells.
Present.
Good morning, Pixie. Have I called everyone's names? Have I missed anyone? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Miranda Berard of Golden Years Métis Society.
Good morning, Miranda. I've marked you present. Anyone else? Okay. So we have 40 delegates in attendance, and I confirm that that makes a quorum of the MNGA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I'll now turn it over to President Smith for some opening remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And right away, I'd just like to apologize to everybody about the mix-up about the start this morning. I know a lot of you were on at 8 a.m. We have corrected that, and for tomorrow morning, we will start at 9 a.m. And once again, my apologies for those who have been waiting. So, Tensei Bunmatin, good morning, everybody. And I'd like to welcome you all to our Métis Nation Governing Assembly of December 2023. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on this Saturday morning. We're very proud to say that Métis Nation BC now officially represents 25,000 registered citizens in the province, and that number is continuing to grow. We are completing files of approximately 400 citizens a month at this time. We're all working hard towards a future in which our children thrive, our chartered communities are no longer operated on a volunteer basis. We are connected to our rich culture, heritage, and language. We achieve strong socioeconomic outcomes, and ultimately our rights as an Indigenous people are recognized. Métis Nation BC's Board of Directors has been working hard to strengthen our relationship with all levels of government. We were recently in Victoria for our Métis Summit Week, which featured a private reception for all MLAs and culminated in a meeting with Premier David Eby. After listening to our concerns about the province's distinguished-based approach, legal primer and reconciliation table, the Premier indicated broad political support by saying his government has the capacity and the shoulders to find a better path to work with MNBC. I'm just going to point out that the province's distinguished-based approach, we're working very hard on that. We have not been consulted on that, and we're working very hard to get consultation with the Métis Nation on that before its release, which is coming very soon. And you'll be hearing more about that in the coming days. The Victoria delegation also met with the NDP caucus, official opposition critic for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, Michael Lee, Minister of State for Childcare, Grace Lohr, the BC United Caucus, Minister Adrian Dix, Attorney General Nikki Sharma, and the Minister of Children and Family Development, Mitzi Dean, and all of those meetings went very well. And just this week, our board traveled to Ottawa for a week of lobbying. Those meetings included Minister of Tourism, Soria Farada, Minister of Veteran Affairs, Jeanette Peptis Taylor, Minister of Small Business, Retchi Valdez, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, Sean Fraser, Minister of Indigenous Services, Patty Hajdu, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, Lawrence Macaulay, key opposition critics, and the federal NDP caucus. I just want to take this time to thank our amazing intergovernmental relations team for all the work they do on connecting us with ministers, MPs, MLAs, and all forms of government. Our Indigenous Intergovernmental Affairs team does an amazing job. MNBC supports Bill C-53 and self-government agreements for our fellow governing members. On November 23rd, Region 3 Director Dean Gladue appeared before the INAN committee to convey our support for the bill. But he also conveyed an important message. It's not right that we have been left behind on this road to reconciliation. We recently met with the new Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, Gary and Sangari. I'm sorry, I still haven't got his pronunciation down, but I am working on it. We met Gary at our head office in Surrey just a couple of weeks ago. The minister believes Bill C-53 represents a pathway for MNBC's own self-determination. We're optimistic the new minister will be a good partner to MNBC as his predecessor was. You know, we all have to admit the road to reconciliation is really a bumpy one, but we will travel it, we will do the work, we will not rest until we have achieved a better quality of life for our Métis people. Over the past 2 years, we've been working on progressing key reconciliation efforts, including a new fiscal framework and reconciliation agreement at the provincial level, and engaging in consultation around legislation that impacts Métis people in BC. We have developed 6 new strategic goals for our nation. Those new goals cover rights, jurisdiction of our children, cultural revitalization, support for our chartered communities, increasing core capacity and economic development, and restoring respectful relationships on all levels, and especially with our First Nations brothers and sisters. We are a constitutionally protected Indigenous people, but the word Indigenous becomes problematic when applied to the province's Declaration Act Action Plan. Our message to BC is, please don't use the umbrella term Indigenous. If Métis are excluded, commitments that are inclusive of our nation must be Métis specific. And what we mean by that, quite often, the province will use the term Indigenous and First Nations, or First Nations and Indigenous. It just seems to be word seems to be used very incorrectly. We'd much rather prefer if it was Métis, Inuit, and First Nations, as set out in the Constitution of Canada. We are working towards the language Métis specific, so there's no ambiguity in the reconciliation process. Our children represent the future of our nation. We place them at the center of everything we do. We want to develop our Métis family service system to provide critical supports that help our children and families thrive. We must dramatically reduce the number of Métis children and youth in the care of the current welfare system. The ongoing representation of Métis people in the justice system is rooted in systemic racism and the legacy of colonialism. Unfortunately, Métis and BC are not supported by the First Nations Justice Council. The Métis Justice Strategy is vital to changing this sad reality, and we are eagerly waiting Cabinet approval. And we did have a meeting with the Attorney General of BC, and the Attorney General's office is committed to having our Métis Justice Strategy go to Cabinet for the approval that we've been waiting for some time now. MNBC's 39 chartered communities, soon to be 40, play a central role in our governance structure. You are the backbone of our government. You provide our citizens with a connection to their heritage through cultural events, workshops, and connect our youth to elders and knowledge keepers. But as we all know, these community offices are volunteer-led and operated. We're working very hard to change that through increased capacity that reflects the ongoing work of our government at the community level. I'm particularly excited, and I know many of us are, to announce that the Amelia Douglas Institute for Métis Culture, Heritage and Language will be opening next month at the new dedicated space at our headquarters in Surrey. And I hope over the next few months, many of you will have the opportunity to visit our headquarters and have a tour of the Amelia Douglas Institute. By focusing on our children and culture, I believe we are on the right path to achieving a better quality of life for our people. I'm really looking forward to a very productive MNGA, and let's remember, be kind to each other, and remember, Kawitcha Toyak, we take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Smith. At the next stage, I'm just working from our draft agenda at this point, and we will be moving to the adoption of the agenda and standing rules momentarily. Obviously, back in, I believe it was March, when we had the last election for speaker for the MNGA, there were 2 speakers or co-speakers that were selected, and then earlier this year, our co-speaker withdrew. And so when the nomination, or not the nomination, but when the call out for the recent or the notice for the recent MNGA went out, there was also a call out for those interested in applying as the co-speaker. We did receive, or MNBC received, 1 notice of interest, that being from Carmen Carrier. So at this point, I will open it up to the floor for any nominations, whether that be of Carmen Carrier, and of course, it's still open for another nomination from the floor. Just please use the hand raise function and I'll keep track of order. And I do see President Smith and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Carmen Carrier as the co-chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll look for a seconder for that nomination. I see Patrick Harriet.
Okay.
I second the nomination for Carmen Carrier.
Thank you very much. And obviously, by sending in her application, she indicated her willing to accept that position. So I will leave it open briefly again, if there's any other candidates or other people in nominations for the co-speaker position. So at this time, if you have a nomination, please use that raise hand function.
Dave, what role do you play?
So
I nominate you for the chair. You've done such an excellent job on all the rest of the times. You got my support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pope. I was already selected, and it was determined it would be a co-speaker position.
I'm sorry.
We had it. Nope, no problem. So basically what I'm looking for is a co-chair, so I don't have to do all the work myself this time.
Fair enough.
So appreciate that. I appreciate the support, though, Mr. Pope. Are there any other nominations for co-chair to join me chair or as speaker, I should say? I'm not seeing any other hands. I'll give another 10 seconds. All right, not seeing any other nominations for the co-speaker position. I will note Ms. Carrier as acclaimed to the co-speaker position. I do believe she's in the waiting room, so I will turn it over to our staff to let her in, and then we'll be able to proceed with
I can't hear anything. Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, I can't hear anything right now, so I appreciate Dave's support and the community's support, and happy to be here to serve you all. Thank you.
Great. So I think we're just going to sort out, it sounds like Carmen has some issues. We'll get that taken care of, but at this point, we will look to the adoption of the agenda. And here initially, but now I can't hear you. Sorry, just a moment. Perfect. All right. So there should be individuals that, or everyone should have been able to receive or obtain the MNGA kit online. If you don't have it, you can find it on the MNBC website.
I can't hear when I'm on here.
And sorry. So what I'm going to look for is a mover and a seconder for the
Mr. Chair, your voice keeps going in and out. I'm not sure why.
I think it's getting picked up on a neighboring computer. So let me, if it does continue doing that, let me know. Is it any still?
It sounds shaky.
Okay, just give me a moment, and we'll try to resolve that. All right. Is that any better? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Thank you very much. Just give me a moment, though. I'm not hearing anything. One more second.
Might be nothing to hear. Can you hear me now?
I think that was the issue. Everyone was so polite, waiting for me to return, and no one was speaking. I expected there's to be some fill there. All right, so we will be moving to the acceptance of the adoption of the agenda, I should say. And I do see a hand up. The speaker recognizes President Dodman.
Just wanted to move that we accept the minutes. Thank you so much.
Sorry, and I just want to correct, that's the agenda. That's correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I next see Vince Van Wergen. Thank you very much. So we do have the draft agenda on the table. I will ask for any. I see some, yeah. So we have it on there. So I will allow it if there's any discussion on the agenda, any proposed changes. And so I do see President Goulet's hand. I'll turn it over. I'll recognize President Goulet.
Thank you. Just saw, and something that we should add to the agenda is the resolution around the communities and the funding for communities. It be added somewhere within the agenda. So I'm proposing an amendment to the agenda that we add an opportunity to have a discussion on the funding piece that was done at a resolution from previous, can't remember if it's the MNGA, to talk about the funding for the communities.
Okay, just which resolution was that in reference to? I'm just trying just so that I can sort ourselves.
And sorry, I'm trying to look for it as well. I'm trying to scroll through, but there was a resolution made that we look at funding for communities, and I guess it'd probably be an update or where we are within that process and how far that resolution has moved along.
Right. So with and so where would you suggest within the agenda we add that at the conclusion of resolution 9 and use it as the as a discussion, or I guess just writing in as a discussion on that issue?
Yeah, if that works, yes. I'm okay with that.
All right. So if everyone has the draft agenda, that would be on Sunday. So after resolution 9, the proposal is to add a discussion on, and I'm sorry to be perhaps worded, but the community funding, or is that, I see Tony nodding. So community funding to add as a discussion point after resolution 9 on tomorrow. So I have a seconder for that, and I do see Mr. Pope's hand. Go ahead, Mr. Pope.
You might be muted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, Mr. Pope, I saw your hand up. Did you wish to second?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I was shuffling some papers there and hit the mic.
Sorry. No problem. Thank you. I'll next recognize Richard Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, I'm putting forward an amendment to the citizen resolution that Cowden Valley has submitted. It's Richard Lewis, Cowden Valley Métis.
Okay, so with regards to that, President Lewis, that's already on the agenda, and then we can adjust that, but that resolution, that point is already on. So at this point, we're good for that, and we can discuss the changes or the amendment as the moving party or the original moving party. At this point, I'm just looking to, no problem. I'm just looking if we've got.
Privilege, Mr. Chair? Sorry, point of order.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Herod.
Yeah, Delegate Pope seems to have done the impossible and cloned himself. I'm just curious as to why he appears twice on our meeting.
I'm just trying to see, is he on the participants list? Is that what you're suggesting?
I actually believe that when Alana introduced herself that she was using Dan's page, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened with that, but obviously, given that the votes are predominantly by roll call, and we go through that, I don't think that will be an issue. If it becomes an issue, we'll certainly address that. But given that all voting will be done that way, but I do see Mr. Harriet, your hand up.
Sorry, just as a follow-up, is it possible that one of the Mr. Popes can change his name or their name to reflect that, just to make things a little clearer? That'd be really appreciated. Thank you.
Sure, we'll ask whoever's on the second Dan Pope entry there to try to do that. Now, that being granted, I don't know if I'd be able to do that myself, but that may be beyond my notes. And I do see a note that it may be Alana Copeland as the second one, but we'll try to deal with that in the background here. Thank you very much. Next, recognize President Byrd.
I would like to second that community funding resolution discussion point.
Thank you very much. So we have that. The idea then is to, as stated by President Goulet and seconded by President President Byrd, that we have that added on at the end of Resolution 9 to discuss the community funding. So to have that addition, I'm going to ask if we have unanimous consent. And so I'll ask you at this point if there's any objection to adding that discussion point after Resolution 9 tomorrow, to please raise your hand. Oh, I do see, is it President Copeland?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I wanted to call a point of order. I don't know if this is when to do it. You were just in the middle of a comment, so.
Yes, because I've already just started the question for unanimous consent, I'll proceed with that, and then we'll turn to your point of order.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So if you could just lower your hand for a second, President Copeland, thank you very much. So at this point, if you wish to object to adding that discussion point, please use the raise hand function. I'm not seeing any objections, so I'll have that added by way of unanimous consent. So the proposed agenda will include that change, that amendment. And at this point, I'll recognize President Copeland for that point of order. Go ahead, President Copeland.
Thank you. I'd like to call a point of order on Delegate Vince Van Wernigan. I'm kind of concerned that there might be a conflict of interest as he's on another Indigenous group already. He's on the Peace Region Métis community as of August 31st, 2023, and he's a director on that, and I believe it's affiliated with BCMF.
Okay, if I can just have a brief moment. I do see your hand, President Van Wernigan, and I'll get to you in just a moment. Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence. So I just want to turn back to President Copeland before I turn to President Van Wernigan. So you've raised this as a point of order, as a potential issue. What are you wanting the body or the body to do with that? Are you looking for a ruling that there's a conflict of interest and President Van Wernigan is not eligible to sit at the MNGA, or is this just to be raised as a concern? Or I'm just trying to, just so I know what you're hoping that will be done in this.
Well, I don't think he should be able to sit in this meeting because there could be information taken back to other Indigenous groups that shouldn't be, right?
Okay, thank you. So I understand then that it's to perhaps remove, have Mr. Van Wergen no longer sitting as the representative of the community at the MNGA. And we'll go to that in a second. I would note, just regard to that last point that you commented, that this is being live streamed, so anyone certainly would be able to watch what's occurring during the meeting. Certainly that would be something that's happening. So the way I take it, and correct me if I'm wrong, President Copeland, is that you're asking that the board, or sorry, the MNGA, find that Mr. Van Wergen is in a conflict of interest due to sitting or a role that he has with another organization affiliated with the BC Métis Federation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And again, before I get to certainly presumed role, the alleged role, if I can put it that way, before I get to Mr. Van Wergen, in order to deal with this, there would have to be a seconder. Is there a seconder? And I do see a second hand, and I'll recognize Director de Jager.
Yeah, I've done work with BCMF on the pipeline and stuff, and I have seen the documentation as of August past that Vince is definitely a director on BCMF. And I guess a point of clarification, can you be a director on 2 provincial Métis organizations and sit here and ask questions?
Thank you. So I think you've provided some information, but are you seconding then the discussion, or that we deal with this?
Yes.
Just so it's clear. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So we do have this, and this will take precedence over the continuation of the adoption of the agenda. The reason why is obviously it's an issue of a representative voice and someone who would have a vote on that resolution or the adoption of the agenda. So I'm just going to put that to the side briefly, and we'll deal with this matter raised by President Copeland and Director de Jager. And so I will turn it over to President Van Wergen, who has had his hand up, to respond and provide any other information. And anyone else wishing to speak to this point can raise their hand, and I'll try to keep an order of as I see them come up. So I recognize President Van Wergen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of information for all of you is that, unfortunately, due to some lateral violence in Fort St. John, a new group was formed, the Peace River Regional Métis Community, because they wanted community engagement and no lateral violence here in Fort St. John. So I did sit on creating that entity, that it was supposed to be a standalone organization for community and for the Métis. So I did sign for a founding member and a board of directors, but as soon as it became a BCMF, and they're not even signed, there's no documents signed with BCMF, they're not a partnership, BCMF put them on their website. As soon as that happened, I resigned from that organization. I've sent a snapshot of my resignation letter to Vice President Walter Minot about 2 weeks ago, because he did ask me for it. He asked and said, look, there's a conflict here. And I said, I resign. And I'd be more than happy to provide MNBC and any fellow president, vice president, delegate on this, a copy of that resignation letter and email sent, as well as a response taking me off of that board of directors. As many of you would know, I'm sure it takes some time to get that done and get that resolution done and get the change on the Society Act, and the AGM needs to be held. But I do not sit on any other boards. I am MNBC through and through. I never will and never have changed.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn next to Director de Jager.
Yeah, I would just say maybe if there's somebody else in the community that could take the spot, then the community still gets a voice until there's proof and clarification that Mr. Van Wergen does not sit on 2 boards, because right now there is proof that he does sit on 2 boards.
Okay, thank you. Director Flamont.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. If you look at the documents of Vince's name on those documents as a board of director, the mailing address is BCMF headquarters in Vancouver. And 2.6, a conflict of interest shall also exist when a member of the MNGA is or has become a director or officer, whether elected, appointed, or otherwise, of a Métis provincial organization, association, or group whose interests are in conflict with the interests of the MNBC, and that their activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability or authority to operate, negotiate on behalf of, and represent the Métis people in British Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Flamont. Next, I had in order our clerk, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker, and then I've got President Smith and then President Bremner.
Thank you very much. I wanted to point out for the Assembly's consideration, but actually for a specific delegate right here, is that if a formal letter of resignation has been given to a society or an organization governed under the Societies Act, and they do not update the list of directors, that person can petition BC societies directly to have that removed. You can update your director, your list of directors at any time without an AGM. So if this is a case where a resignation has been given but has not been actioned, Mr. Van Weergen does not have to sit in stasis until somebody else acts. If there's no action being taken, you can go directly to BC Society and say, I am not part of this. Please remove my name. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have President Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually took my hand down. I was just going to point out Article 2.6 of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly Act, but I've put it in the chat.
Thank you. And I do note that's the section from which Director Flamont was reading. I've got President Bremner and then President Crozier.
Thank you. I think the only comment I'd really like to make is if the individual could actually provide proof of clarification. But our concerns as citizens and sitting at this board is the influence that someone sitting on within two different organizations could have at this one as we make our votes. That's the concern I believe is coming from many of the citizens. And yeah, so we look forward to seeing the follow through is able to happen on this if he has resigned. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bremner. I've got President Crozier next.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. President Van Weergen actually mentioned that he had sent a screenshot to Walter Minot. Perhaps Vice President Minot would care to comment on that to verify that screenshot, and that would actually, I would think, give proof, but that's my opinion.
Thank you very much. I next have President Allard.
Yeah, hi, good morning. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I'd just like to submit a comment here. I'm somewhat disappointed that we're discussing this at this point in time here. It seems apparent that the information was shared for a while with the leadership at the board level. Why wasn't that addressed at that point? Seems like the MNGA is tasked with making the decision here. We should be accomplishing the nation's work. This should have been dealt with before. That's my opinion. Slightly disappointing, to say the least. Thank you.
Thank you, President Allard. I've got President Keith.
I think that we should accept Vince's word when he says he stepped down. I think it would be pretty, would take a lot of moxie to lie to every president in BC on this forum. So if he says he stepped down, it means he stepped down. And SOSMA updates its societies online probably 6 months after election. So I think that's a small technicality. And I don't think we should hold up progress just because someone else hasn't updated their Societies Act.
Thank you very much. I've got Director Gervais.
Yes, I think letting one of the board of directors know is good, and it will hold a lot of for the MNGA. But I think the Societies Act would make it a solid announcement that he no longer belongs to that organization, and it would be good to have a copy to MNBC and the other organization to make it official. That's all I'm saying. It's the Societies Act is a place to be able to do that and make it safe for everybody.
Thank you, Director Gervais. I've got President Goulet next.
Thank you. Just weighing in here and listening, to President Allard's point about, should this be even before an MNGA if it's gone to the board of directors? Should there not have been a decision at that level and then some discussion? And if a letter was sent to a board member, that should come to a different process in here, or put on a spot here to accept an individual not knowing all of the information. This is the first I've heard of this being even put out, and this coming forward. I know we talk a lot about conflict of interest and other organizations quite a bit, and I just think that we're doing a disservice to President Allen. A little bit disappointing as well that we shouldn't be having this discussion here. We have business to conduct as an MNGA to move us forward, and here we are for about 10 minutes now talking about somebody's role. So I just putting my thoughts in there, my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize next Director Harriet, as he has not yet spoken on this, and then I'll turn to Director DeJager. Director Harriet, go ahead.
Yeah, I just needed to speak up about process. If you look at our MNGA legislation, it is the role of the MNGA to determine conflict of interest. So this is the appropriate place for that discussion. Like it clearly says it in the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll next turn to Director Fisher.
I just want to make it very clear this did not come to the board of directors.
Thank you. Director DeJager?
Yeah, I just quickly want to say, I think it's the onus of Mr. Van Wergen to actually admit that he sits on 2 boards and is in a conflict of interest. That's all I'll say on that one.
Director Gladue.
Yeah, stated by Director Harriet, this is part of the MNGA's role. So, and it did not, I just want to validate as well. Second, that it did not come to the board. This is the first time I'm hearing of this morning. So it is a process that we have to play, people. It's an MNGA process, and that's where it got, even if it did come to the directors, we would have to say it has to go to the MNGA, and I'm going to stress that. So we're following due process. I know it's disappointing that it's wasting time, but this is the reality, and this is a serious issue as far as I'm concerned because of the conflict of interest, and we must address this. Also, I do have one more point. I just want some clarification on Mr. Van Wergen, who he's representing here. I'm very confused of his of who he's representing and where he's from. So Fort St. John or whatever. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I'll turn to I'll just turn briefly to Director Beaker, and then the next individuals I've got President Van Wergen, President Copeland, and President Keith. So I'll turn to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you for that. And Director Beaker, I got promoted. So I humbly accept. Mr. Van Wergen answered for the delegate for Northeast Métis Association, and I believe Vince, you are the vice president of Northeast. Is that correct? I think we've been calling him president so far, but he's the vice president, and I can confirm that he is registered with that society, et cetera, and we've gotten confirmation from the president of the Northeast Métis Association that Vince is the vice president.
Yes, thank you for that. And my default today is going to be to calling our delegates president. So if it is a vice president, please correct me and I'll try to recall that. I think there's obviously one of the difficulties when you're dealing with this in a remote setting. There's some people putting things in the chat. There is in the MNGA Act section, the conflict of interest is defined at section 2.6 of the MNGA Act, and the process is how to deal with it is at 3.4 of the MNGA Act. So for anyone wishing to follow along, those are the particular or relevant pieces of the legislation at issue. I will next turn to Vice President Vandergan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have screenshots of my resignation, as well as the message sent to Walter Minot a couple of weeks ago with my resignation. I find that being called out and asked again yet to defer and admit that I'm on two boards is inappropriate, because I'm not. And you know what? I've been an MNBC citizen since I was 25. I've been a vice president of Vernon District Métis Association for 5 years. I've always done what's good for the Métis people and Métis Nation, British Columbia. I have dedicated probably over 100 hours last month to the Northeast Métis Association. We've gotten accepted for 3 grants. We're putting on cultural events. If anybody is a Métis and an MNBC citizen, I would hate, and I'm offended a little bit, but I understand that the writing is there, but that should have never went up. And I will go to the Society Act and fight to get that down. But I have proof of my resignation and proof that I sent it to Vice President Walter Minot. And I understand. You know what? I put my candidacy forward for 2024, and perhaps that's a hindering factor here that I'm kind of getting called out on and trying to throw out. But I will only do and ever do what's best for the Métis Nation, and that's MNBC is our governing body. You can go on any of my Facebook posts, and it demonstrates that for you guys. So again, I mean, we're talking about a word of one and a word of another. So I guess it'll come down to the vote of the people, but I need the presidents to know that I am MNBC through and through. And if you would allow me to share my screen, I'll show you the emails, I'll show you the screenshots, I'll show you whatever's needed, but unfortunately I can't share pictures and snippets in Zoom. It won't allow us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice President Van Wergen. I will turn it to our clerk, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And due to running the meeting efficiently, we have restricted screen sharing for most attendees except for a couple of the clerks. That being said, as this is a pertinent matter, and I believe that somebody actually just sent this to me right now. So Vince, with your consent, I'm more than happy to share this with everyone. Okay, and I'm seeing some nods, so just give me a second here. And thank you, President Keith, for sending that to me. So here we go, share screen. Okay, please just give me a second here before anyone says that they can't see that. How's that? Can people see that? Okay.
Looks good, John.
Give her one.
I believe someone had asked if you could read this out loud, Mr. Beaker.
This is what I am here for. So we have an email here. I don't see a date on the email, but the subject line is resignation from the board of directors for PRMCA, which I take it to understand that means the Peace River Métis Community Association. Hello, Jocelyn and Jacqueline. I've spoken to you previously about me needing to resign from the board of directors for the Peace Region Métis Community Association, as is now affiliated with BCMF as a partner community on legal documents in their websites. I've noticed I'm still listed as director. Can you please have me reviewed from the list with BCMF and anyone else needing to do so? I should have sent this written resignation months ago, so this is my error, but I would appreciate this being taken care of quickly, thank you in advance. And I'm assuming signed Vince Van Weergen. And the other side of that looks to be this being sent to Vice President Minot.
Thank you. Perhaps if we can just leave that up, and then I'll turn to the next hands that I had up to speak. I next had President Copeland.
Hi, I'm just wondering if there's a time limit on resigning from another Indigenous group. Like, can you be part of one and decide and just quit? I don't know. I don't know if there is or not. It was just a question I had.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's any time limits with regards to withdrawing or resigning from one group or another. I'm not aware of that. I'll turn to Mr. Beaker. Perhaps he can clarify.
In the context of a community board or being on a board of a society within the Societies Act, it is considered that the resignation takes effect once it is delivered in writing. So that is so the resignation takes effect once somebody says, I no longer wish to X. So that is why I mentioned that, this was recently updated in the Societies Act, that if a society is lagging on filing their paperwork, somebody is able to go directly to BC Societies and say, hey, I'm not affiliated with them anymore. But general practice is that once a resignation is delivered in writing, it is immediate.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. The next hand I had up, and I think that some of them may have come down, but I'll recognize first just in case they still wish to speak. I have President Keith next.
Nope, my hand is down.
Thank you very much. I next had President Smith.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for clarification, Mr. Chair. Was this all Facebook messaging, or was there an email that was sent to VP Minot?
Perhaps I'll recognize Vice President Van Weergen to answer that question. Oh, you're muted, Vice President Van Weergen.
Thank you. So the email that was sent to Jocelyn and Jacqueline with my resignation. Walter Minot messaged me November 17th because he noticed that my name was on there. And respectively, he messaged me. And so I sent it to him via text message. He had asked me for some proof of it. So I sent him a screenshot, not realizing that correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if I need to send that to MNBC when I resign from different boards, but I figured that was sufficient because he asked me about it, and would hope that my name would be coming off of this society fairly quickly, which it hasn't. So now I will, on first thing Monday morning, take Mr. Beaker's advice and get that taken down. But the proof is in the writing, Madam President.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just wondering because as soon as you said you had sent something, I thought, oh, I better check my emails. So I've been searching and searching and searching, but I didn't find an email. But thank you for that clarification.
I've been trying to put my hand up here. This is VP Minot. Sorry, I've been trying to put my hand up here for the last 10-15 minutes, but there's no spot on my computer where I can get my hand up. So I just wanted to speak on this issue here in regards
to...
Sure,
I'll recognize Vice President Minot.
Okay, yeah, I did get a screenshot from Mr. Van Weergen. It was around the time was around November 17th. As we had a discussion on this issue at the NEMA office. I questioned him on his loyalty actually to MNBC, and that's exactly what I stated in the conversation. I wanted to know where he stood because I was in the understanding that he was part of BCMF, and I had the documentation stating that he was a board member on that community society that was affiliated with BCMF. And at that time, he had said he'd resign, but apparently he did resign after the fact in November 17th when he sent me the screenshot. But we had that conversation, He stated he resigned, but there was no resignation at that time. He did put in his resignation after the fact, after a conversation, and that's when I got a screenshot of a text. I'm trying to find it right now, and I can't find it on my phone anywhere. But I do confirm he did send me that screenshot stating that he did resign, and he resigned on November 17th by the date of that screenshot. And we had that conversation. I believe, Vince, it was around about 12th or 13th of November, somewhere before that resignation was taking place. So at the time of the conversation, he had not resigned from that organization yet. So I got a screenshot of a text. I never got the actual confirmation. Like I never got CC'd the email that he sent Jacqueline and them. So I got a confirmation of a text on text, but no I wasn't CC'd on the actual email that went to Jacqueline and them on his behalf. So just to confirm, I did get a text of a screenshot that he resigned on November 17th after I approached him and asked him whether he was going to be continue to be part of BCMF and their government, or and if so, we can't honor his spot as VP. And he informed me that he did resign, but then he did inform me later that apparently he did not resign, but he resigned on the 17th of November, and that's when he sent me the text.
All right, thank you. So I take the clarification is that he did resign and sent you that the material that we saw, the screen share, correct?
I seen the text of it. Like I saw a screenshot of a text. I didn't see the actual email. I didn't get CC'd on the email. So,
but essentially, what we saw that was shared on the screen just previously, that was
I only got I didn't get like the Jacqueline, all that kind of stuff. All I got was the
just the one on the right,
and all I got was the wording, and I wasn't aware of section 2.6 of our I don't know if that's our bylaws or our constitution that we're reading there, but I wasn't aware of that procedure as well. But I know that when you're part of two organizations, you cannot speak on behalf of any MNBC issues, and we wouldn't recognize him as a spokesperson in the MNGA or allow him a seat at the MNGA if he's part of a different organization. I know I was pretty clear on that.
Thank you. I will turn to Vice President Van Wergen briefly to address any comments he wished to make with regards to what was just stated. But before, I just had a couple hands, and we'll turn to them in case there are other questions, and then that may be some clarification. And again, some of these hands may have gone down, but just want to make sure that was intentional. President Graham, did you wish to speak or comment?
Good morning, President Graham, Alberni Clackwood, Métis. I just wanted to make a few comments. I just want to bring awareness to the fact that the MNGA is a table for the presidents. It's the one place that we get our voice. It is our table. So I would discourage anyone talking against us empowering ourselves to put our voice out there. We tolerate a lot of stuff with our neighbors there coming in and taking our members away. And with the local one here in BC, we see the negativity that's put on there against MNBC. And so I just want to remind people that this table, we get to say whatever we like. It's our president table. So I would encourage anyone to say whatever they would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I next had Director De Jager.
Yeah, thanks. I just don't think that a text message to Jacqueline, Jocelyn, or Walter is sufficient proof. None of them are the societies. I mean, what would have been proof was an email or letter to the societies stating that Mr. Van Wergen is resigning. And remember, this was only 15 days ago. This is like very, very recent. Yeah, so I mean, the rules are the rules. Next MNG, absolutely. And nobody's demeaning Mr. Van Wergen for the work he does. I mean, I'm impressed with the work that he does for MNBC. But this is due process for qualification to be at the table.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn to one final speaker. I will recognize Vice President Van Wergen, and then I'll discuss the procedure on how we're going to proceed going forward. Vice President Van Wergen, go ahead.
Thank you. So that's not a text message, it is an email. And as John Beaker stated, a resignation takes effect the day it's sent. Whether or not I'm off of the registry, I sent a resignation letter, which I just forwarded the resignation email to John Beaker. John, you can share it if you would like to, as of November 7th. In regards to Walter's comment about not resigning, I had resigned actually verbally right when that came up on their thing. And I had not noticed. I assumed, and that's my fault, I assumed that they would have taken me off of the board of directors. But when Walter Minot called me gratefully, and said, hey, Vince, you're still on there, I wrote that email. And you can feel free. I mean, in the text message as well, it says I should have done it months ago. Or in my email, I should have done it months ago because I did resign, but I didn't put it in writing. So, John, I sent the email with the response from Jacqueline as well. Feel free. I mean, it talks a little bit, I don't know how it talks about me wanting to run for candidacy for MNBC and not being affiliated with BCMF. I don't want to be part of it. I don't believe in BCMF. I never have. You know, they do what they do, but that's not MNBC that's who I support. So, but as was stated, a resignation takes effect from the day the email was sent. So I am no longer on that board. Whether or not it's on the Society Act, I've resigned. There's my writing. There's my email. I am no longer on the board for PMRCA. So if you want to talk facts are facts and rules are rules, then let's talk rules are rules. And according to my resignation, I am no longer on that board. And I am an MNBC vice president through and through and eligible to be at the MNGA and sit here and represent the over 60 people that sent me messages and met with me and my board of directors that spent 3 hours talking about these resolutions to go through this. I'm sorry I'm getting passionate because it is frustrating that this is happening. I understand the question is great, but the fact that this is going on when I provided proof is really frustrating. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. But I'm here to represent our community. And if people want to take me out of that option to represent our president who's unable to be here due to her work, and our community members that can't be here and are watching live, and I've been getting text messages this whole time from people watching this live stream saying this is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Van Wergen. And I did miss President Fernando's hand up. My apologies. When I was scrolling down previously to look for the order of hands up, I didn't scroll all the way back to see where the list was going up the top. So please, my apologies, President Fernando, I'll turn to you.
That's okay. I just had a, I guess, point of clarification just to see if, so my understanding is that with this new society wasn't to act as a chartered community. I guess I'm just concerned about that. I guess clarification, and then that you never knew that it would be coming under BCMF.
Sure. And again, my apologies for missing it because that would have been great. And then Vice President Van Wergen could have responded to that as well. And I'll turn again to Vice President Van Wergen if you want to respond to that question.
You bet. Yes. So the clarification is, you know, there's been a lot of lateral violence in the Fort St. John Society. There was a lot of members and you know, a lot, I mean, I don't know what the membership's like, but I can tell you there was 10 or 15 people that have been very upset with just how things are run. And it's nothing against the board of directors. The board of directors does great. I think it's maybe personal clashes, things not getting done, different differences. And so these people wanted to start up, and I've been kicked out of their social media. I'm no longer able to see that, which is why I've joined NEMA to be part of a community. So because of these actions, a bunch of members said, you know what, we can't not have community. We can't not do cultural things. We want to gather. We want to fiddle. We want to jig. We want to do things. And said, Vince, would you start a standalone organization so that we can at least be a Métis organization under the Society Act? And I said, for sure. I'm great at grant writing. I'm great at getting funds. I'm a marketing and sales manager. That's what I do. So I said, sure. And so they started it up. And as soon as it was like Keith Henry came up and Keith talked to me, and I told Keith, I will not have part of this. I can't. Sorry. And I told the board that if you sign the BCMF, I am off. I am out. That, you know, BCMF wants to give you money. You want to be one of the communities, then I cannot be part of that. And that's what happened. And that's when I told them I will not be part of it. Verbally months ago when it started, but they never took me off the side. I assume they did. And because of that, Vice President Walter Minot called me, brought it to my attention. I sent that email right away and had my name taken off. And as it stands now, I'm no longer on that board according to that email. And as Mr. Beaker said, it's valid from the day that that was sent. So 15 days ago, yesterday, whatever you guys want to think, and Mr. DeJagger, you want to call out, the day is the day. And I would have done it months ago had I not known they wouldn't have done it. And gratefully so, I'm a smart individual. I should have done it months ago. But the fact of the matter is I did it. It's done. I'm no longer on the board, and I am an MNBC vice president and a community member. I'm an MNBC citizen through and through.
Thank you. I did see some hands up. we're going to move forward to this. We've spent a significant amount of time dealing with this. I'm going to ask Mr. Beaker to put up 2.6, which is the definition within the MNGA Act on conflict of interest. And perhaps I'll get Mr. Beaker has highlighted that portion of it, but I'll have Mr. Beaker perhaps read that out just to assist anyone. This is essentially what this body is being asked to consider whether or not one that, or perhaps I'll let Mr. Beaker read it, and then I'll break it down for the necessary components that would need to be considered and decided by the MNGA. So, Mr. Beaker, if you could read the conflict of interest 2.6, particularly that second paragraph.
Okay, so this is from the MNGA Act 2.6 in the definition section for the definition of conflict of interest. We'll read the whole part. So a conflict of interest shall exist when an immediate family member or of a member of the MNGA or a person or individual has an interest in a matter being dealt with by the MNGA. An immediately family member is defined as father, mother, stepfather, stepmother, foster parent, brother, sister, spouse, including a common law spouse, child, including a child with a common law spouse, ward, father-in-law, mother-in-law, or relative permanently residing with a member or any close personal or business associate. An interest in a matter will arise when a person or individual may benefit financially or otherwise as a result of a matter being dealt with by the MNGA. A conflict of interest shall also exist when a member of the MNGA is or has become a director or officer, whether elected, appointed, or otherwise, of a Métis provincial organization, association, or group whose interests are in conflict with the interests of the MNBC in that their activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability or authority to operate, negotiate on behalf of, and represent the Métis people in British Columbia.
Thank you, Director Beaker. So that is the definition that community or board MNGA members will have to decide or determine has been met in Vice President Van Weergen's situation. The action section, the essential section in 3.4 of the MNGA Act is essentially that no member of the MNGA should be allowed to be in a conflict of interest, and so it's the MNGA of a majority vote that would need to determine that. Where at least 3/4 of the MNGA members are present, we have that requirement. So essentially, it's a majority vote determining whether or not. And if I can get you turned back to 2.6, Mr. Beaker. So majority has to be satisfied that Mr. Van Weergen is or has become a director or officer, whether elected, appointed, or otherwise, of a Métis provincial organization, association, or group. So we'll have to be determined that he is or has become a director, that it's a Métis provincial organization, association, or group, and that the interests of that group are in conflict with the interests of the MNBC, in that those activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability to or authority to operate and negotiate on behalf and represent Métis people in British Columbia. So this will be a roll.
Question.
Oh, sorry. Moment.
Question.
They freeze.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave, and you froze for a while.
No, I actually was froze. I was just listening intently. I was speaking, just listening to Mr. Beaker. We're just trying to confirm a procedural issue. We will go to a question in just a moment, but President Goulet did have his hand up. I will take President Goulet. He was one of the seconder of this. I believe it was the second. No, sorry, that was Mr. Yeager. I will recognize President Goulet, and then we will move to a roll vote. President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just listening to this, and thanks for putting up the conflict of interest, because I was trying to scroll through and I'm just reading the conflict of interest. And I guess I have a question for a vice chair. Is it Vince? Just on for me, before I make any vote or do anything, I just want, and maybe I'm out of line in asking this, but how long has he been a member of that organization previous to this, before he found out that they were part of another organization? Was it just recently, or was it an ongoing, and then all of a sudden that organization or that community was part of the it's important for me as I think about how to vote this, and think about really about the conflict of interest, if that makes sense. Without a line of asking that, I'm okay and I'll move on, but I just want some clarity on my part, and I guess I'm asking that of the vice chair, Vince.
Again, just before I turn that, I do see Patrick Harry. Do you have a question that would require feedback or a response from Vice President Van Weeregen? Director Harriet?
I do. So
what I'll do is I'll let you go first, and then so that way Vice President Van Weeregen can respond to both President Goulet and any concerns or questions you raise.
Sure. I just wanted to say that when this new society was created, I was quite concerned. So I looked up the registration documents myself, and I did see Mr. Van Weergen's name on there. What was concerning to me was the address for him as a director was the BCMF office. So that seems very inconsistent. Usually when you put yourself on a board, you have your home address. So I just thought I would put that up for clarification, because there seems to be some kind of dissonance there, where if he wasn't aware, then why was his address listed as the BCMF office address? Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll turn back to Vice President Van Weeregen to respond to the questions from President Goulet and Director Harriet, if you wish.
No, you know what, President Goulet, I'll believe in transparency, so there's no question I won't answer. This association was started, I think, officially in July of this year. So that's when it started, and the society was created and stuff like that. So the BC and I, as soon as I found out in mid-July, is kind of when I said I can't be part of this, because they started going to the table with BCMF, right? So in regards to Director Harriet's question, you know, there's two sides to that as well, because had I signed up as a chair, and if you look at the MNBC or any other chairs, I do put my home address. So they should have had me down with my home address if I signed up as a Society Act. I did not want to be on there. I signed up as a founding member, but not as a BCMF. So that's definitely something that I will take up with BCMF. This is the first that I've heard of that as well, of the address, because I sit on chamber I sit on Rotary, I sit on the PACs, I sit on all kinds of societies and organizations that will have my home address on it.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to confer with our clerk, and then I think we'll be proceeding to the vote. Just a moment, please. And so if it looks like I'm freezing it, just because I'm listening intently. All right, thank you very much. We will proceed to the vote. This is a roll call vote. This does require, as per section 3.4 of the MNGA Act, a majority vote. And so a vote in favor is a vote that Vice President Van Weergen is in a conflict of interest and would no longer be able to sit at as a member of the MNGA for this period, or for this weekend, certainly at least, and then would be revised. But that would be the effect of a vote in favor. So I will turn it to... Yes, what I'm going to do is we're going to have, just so it's clear, I'm going to have our staff put essentially the wording of what the vote is here. A positive vote would be, or not a positive vote, but an affirmative. And I'll just have Ms. Ludwig add that. And this, I believe, accurately reflects the position put forward, or the resolution brought by President Copeland and seconded by Director DeJager. Go ahead and share. So this is reflecting the resolution, or the what was put forward by President Copeland. Obviously, we had the clarification that we've had from various individuals, and particularly Vice President Van Weergen. So this would be, if you're voting in favor, would be to suspend him from the MNGA, and a negative vote would do not find the conflict of interest. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. This will be a roll vote, and it requires a majority to pass. Mr. Beaker, go ahead.
Sorry, before we start the vote, I have one last question for our co-chair.
Okay. Just to be clear, I did see something come up, and just so that we're all clear, a vote in favor is to temporarily suspend, is a finding of a conflict of interest and a temporary suspension. A vote no would be to find that there is no conflict of interest, and Vice President Van Weergen would continue as MNGA participant. And I would note, just so it's clear, that Vice President Van Weergen at this stage has not been found to be in a conflict of interest yet, so he is entitled to vote on this resolution as well. So just to be clear. So I will turn it to our clerk.
Thank you. We will go alphabetically. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
If I was in Region 7, I wouldn't support you, Vince. In this case, my vote is abstain.
Dan Pope.
You're muted.
Yes. Yes.
See, the alphabet changed a little bit there. Miranda Berard.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Joy Bramner.
Without prejudice, I vote yes.
Phoebe Goulet,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Abstain.
Jeff Crozier,
No.
Sean Daverin,
Abstain.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRocher,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
No.
Mark DeBoard.
Abstain.
Sorry, please clarify, that was abstain?
Correct.
Thank you. Alicia Fernando, Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Dean Gledoux,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
I will abstain.
June Graham,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
No.
Jamie Lee Keith,
No.
Anthony Carrillo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
No.
Tyler Massey,
No.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Abstain.
Walter Minot,
Mines are in a lot of places to chaos. But when you're not there,
Yes.
it's up to you.
Alana Copeland,
Denny's has been serving up conditions for 70 years. Come in.
Valerie Pace,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
No. For all things NBA and Raptors.
Dana Shaw,
No.
Lisa Smith,
Abstain.
Greg Stanwood,
Abstain.
Joyce Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears, Marlene Swears.
Abstain. You got it?
Thank you. Vince Van Weergen,
No.
Pixie Wells,
No.
is there any votes that I missed in the roll call? Okay, with that, please bear with me while I tabulate the results. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me. Math was never my strong suit. We required 21 votes in the affirmative. The grand total was 22 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative, and 9 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. The motion passes. Mr. Vice President Van Wergen is found to be in a conflict of interest and is temporarily suspended as a member of the MNGA. So as such, Vice President Van Wergen, you're not going to be able to proceed or represent your community this weekend. If and when the president of your community is able to join us, that they are certainly able to join us and take on that role of representing the community. So I'm gonna ask Mr. or Vice President Van Wergen then to leave the MNGA. Thank you, everyone. I'm just noting the time. If I can just have a quick moment, we may. What I'm going to suggest we deal with the adoption of the agenda. It is on the table. We've had a number of people speak. It has been previously amended. I'm going to ask if there are any other amendments or changes proposed. If not, we'll proceed with the dealing with that. And then I believe, just looking at the time, I think we might be at a health break. Oh, not quite. We'll deal with this and then hopefully deal with the standing rules. But is there anyone else wishing to add or change anything with regards to the agenda? Please use the raise hand function.
Mr. Chair, this is, I just have a question. I'm sorry I can't see where to raise my hand.
Yes, Mr. Pope, go ahead.
When Lisa had mentioned at 9 o'clock, I'm assuming she meant 10 o'clock our time for some of us that live in a different time zone.
That is correct. And the proposed agenda does have the proposed times in both Pacific and Mountain.
I just wanted to confirm it. I've read the agenda, but when she had mentioned 9 o'clock, wanted to make sure that it was...
That'd be 9 o'clock Pacific and 10 o'clock Mountain. Thank you.
And also, while I have you, I have to leave at noon. I have a previous engagement. I have a rehearsal to attend. I am a principal dancer in the Nutcracker.
Are they going to be broadcasting that show when it's airing? I think
Yes.
we'll all want to watch that.
You will.
All right, thank you. I will recognize Mr. Beaker for.
And I'd like to point out to the assembly that if you are having trouble finding your raise hand function, I had a hard time finding it myself this morning. The raise hand function is at the bottom of the call under reactions. So if you click on reactions, you're going to see an applause, a clap, etc. And then there's a case where you can say raise hand or lower hand. So you're not the only one who couldn't find the raise hand function. I know that a couple people have mentioned that already. So we wanted to clarify that.
Sorry, I'm just muted. I'm just trying to determine whether or not we can proceed by vote of unanimous consent or whether it's more appropriate to do a roll call for dealing with the agenda. Just a moment.
And to answer the speaker's question, I'm looking at 4.3 of the MNGA Act that says resolution and ratifications other than legislation or amendments to the Constitution and ratification or approval of any appointments shall be made by a majority of the roll call at a governing assembly. I believe we do need to take a roll call vote for this.
I appreciate being pointed to that and reminded of that. So yes, so at this point, not seeing any other hands up with regards to any future amendments. We are going to we're going to vote on the adoption of the agenda as amended. Again, reminding people it's been a little while that right after resolution 9 on the Sunday, December 3rd portion, there'll be the discussion of the community funding as proposed. So we'll have that if we can go, and I think we're starting at the bottom of the alphabet this time. President Beaker, if we can go through the roll call, please. This is for the adoption of the agenda as amended.
I'd like to point out I got yet another promotion. So hail to the chief, I suppose. Yes, we will start in reverse alphabetical order. So we are starting with Pixie Wells, please.
In favor.
Thank you. Marlene Swears.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Joy Sundin.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Dan Pope.
Yes.
Valerie Pace.
Yes.
Lana Olson. Oh, my mistake. I don't think she's here. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Anthony Creelo.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Here.
We're approving the agenda. Do you?
Sorry,
Yes.
I meant yes. Sorry.
No problem. Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainy Gervais.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Louis DeJagger.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yeah.
Sorry, please repeat. Bernadette.
Yes.
Thank you. It is. It cut out first time. Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Tom Adams.
Yes.
And thank you for waiting patiently. Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone?
Yes. You missed me, Fab Goulet, but I will say yes.
Yay. Okay, thank you, Feb. Sorry about that. Did I miss anyone else? Okay. We have unanimous consent.
Thank you very much. So we had scheduled, according to the health break at 10:45 Pacific, 11:45 Mountain. What we're going to do is we're going to try to sneak in the adoption of the MNGA standing rules. I will turn it over to our clerk, Mr. Beaker, to go through that. There's no real change from previous instances where we've used this, but as a friendly reminder, and then we'll vote on the adoption of these standing rules. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, and I'd like to have the deputy clerk please present the standing rules via screen share. So standing rules, meeting will be run in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and MNGA Act. A delegate who wishes to speak at the MNGA will request to do so, wait to be recognized by the speaker, and open by stating their name and community. As mentioned, please use the raise hand function, which can be found under reactions. On each issue or motion, a delegate is entitled to speak up to 2 times for no longer than 3 minutes each time. Speaking a third time or longer than 3 minutes will require permission from the assembly. If an individual has questions, they may ask one follow-up question within the same 3-minute time slot. To speak a second time on the same motion or agenda item, a delegate must wait until those who wish to speak on it for the first time have done so. Debate must be related to the pending motion or agenda item. Speaker may alternate between proponents and opponents and pending motion if needed. The next 2 standing rules are unique to the MNGA. Previous question or question is not in order prior to 30 minutes of discussion on motion or agenda item unless approved by unanimous consent. Usually that's a case of if there are no more hands, we will go to a vote. If there are hands, question would not be considered in order until we've discussed a matter for at least 30 minutes. And I will have a clock going. And then also, a motion to amend a motion or agenda item is not in order prior to 5 delegates speaking to the main motion unless approved by unanimous consent. Again, if an amendment is offered and it's accepted unanimously by the assembly, we will consider it. But if not, 5 delegates speak to the nature of the motion before we entertain amendments. And then the last one is delegates must have served decorum, must avoid personal attacks and disorderly or discourteous behaviors. That I will gently say includes making sure that you're on mute if you don't have the floor, and are expected to help maintain a safe and respectful meeting environment. I think that we did a good job with number 9 without the standing rule being adopted with the matter beforehand. So yeah, these have been the MNGA standing rules for a few sessions right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And so obviously, yeah, we'll refer to these as needed, and hopefully this will assist our meeting in running smoothly and fairly, and dealing with our. Do we have a mover to adopt the standing rules? Just please use the raise hand function. I recognize President Crozier. Crozier.
I so move. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Director Harriet, I have you next.
So second.
Thank you very much. At this point, I will ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to it. Do that by indicating a hand raise function. If not, I will turn it to our clerk to go through the roll call, just as is required under section 4.3. Not seeing any hands, I will turn it over to our clerk for the roll. And at the conclusion of this, we will go on I believe it's a 15-minute health break. Yes. Mr. Beaker, go ahead.
And apologies, I'm quickly putting together a vote sheet right now. Okay, Thank you for that, and sorry for the delay. We are going to start at the top this time. Tom Adams,
Yes.
David Allard,
Yes.
Miranda Berard,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Alana Copeland, Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Thank you. Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Sean Davern,
Yes.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Yes.
Mark DeBoard,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
Yes.
Deeb Goulet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Creelo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Walter Minot,
Yes.
Lana Olson. Nope. No, I've called that name a couple times. Valerie Pace,
Yes.
Dan Pope,
Yes.
Kelly Sears,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Dana Shaw,
Yes.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Greg Stanwood,
Yes.
Joyce Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears, Marlene Swears, Pixie Wells.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Okay, those are adopted unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now take a 15-minute break from now. So that would be a return at, I believe, 11:05 Pacific, 12:05 Mountain Time. See you in 15 minutes, and President Goulet will see you tomorrow morning.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to move on to the review and adoption of the minutes. The minutes were included in your kit, your MNGA kit. Just going to ask if there's any corrections to the minutes at this time. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, we do need to do a roll call first. And I will turn it over to the clerk.
So we'll start in the A's. Tom Adams.
Here.
David Allard. Miranda Berard.
It's just so quiet.
Caitlin Bird.
Here.
Joy Bremner.
Here.
Topher Burke.
I'm here for Topher Burke. Fab Goulet, I'm the vice president.
Okay, thank you, Feb. Ron Caron. Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Sean Davern. Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Here.
Mark DeBoard. Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Rainey Gervais. Dean Gladue.
Oh, present.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
Hello.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Present.
Anthony Creelo.
Here.
Richard Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Here.
Corey Nosiski. Lana Olson. Valerie Pace.
Here.
Kelly Sears.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Lisa Smith.
Present.
Natasha Smith. Greg Stanwood.
Here.
Joyce Sundin.
Here.
Marlene Swears.
Here.
Pixie Wells.
Present.
Alana Copeland.
Present.
Dan Pope. Is there anyone's name who I did not call?
Yeah, it was mine. John, I'm here.
Rainey Gervais. Okay. Any others?
David Allard, present.
David Allard. Anyone else? Okay. I confirm we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you, Patrick, for keeping me honest. I would like to have you turn your attention towards the review and adoption of the minutes from the 2023 June MNGA. I see Jeff has his hands up. Go ahead.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'd just like to correct that I was present for the Saturday and my vice president was present on the Sunday Wendy Schneider. I don't see that reflected in the minutes.
Thank you. Any other comments or corrections? Okay, do I have a mover to accept the adoption of the June minutes?
I move. Vice President Minalt.
Thank you, Walter. Sorry, could you repeat who seconded? Sorry.
I'm sorry, Jeff Crozier, I'll second it.
Thank you. The minutes are accepted and adopted. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Pell.
Point of clarification. Don't we vote on this?
I will ask for a procedural issue here. I was told we don't, but I will check with the clerk. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. The minutes being the record of a meeting that we know that happened, what proper procedure is to look for any corrections or amendments to the minutes. And then once the minutes are corrected and there are no other corrections, they are considered to be adopted because we do need a record of the meeting.
Thank you for the clarification.
I appreciate that clarification too, because I'm pretty sure in the past I've forced you all through a vote on that. So great, that'll save us some time going forward. We are next at the resolution A, the acceptance by the MNGA of the Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association. I'm going to turn it over. I believe we have a mover for this resolution. I believe it's Director de Jager, and so I'll turn it over to him if that is the case. I don't see a hand up yet, but Director de Jager, if that is the case, please go ahead.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. So this is a very long time coming. In 1995, Dr. Howard Adams had established a community in Vancouver. And over the years, there just hasn't been a formal relationship with Métis Nation BC. Last year, there was a Two-Spirit gathering, and I connected with some individuals that wanted to do something, and they wanted something that was closer into Vancouver, that they could gather. As well as being the Minister of Health, there's some pretty tough challenges for a lot of Métis people in the east side of Vancouver. And this is going to put us at ground zero. It's going to put a community right in the heart of Vancouver, and it's going to connect us to a lot of people that are there. So we're going to be able to meet people. They're going to be able to participate in their culture. So not only is this the right thing to do, it's timely, and it's such a great board of directors. They had their first AGM last weekend, and it was pretty amazing. So hopefully it's going to be centered in the Vancouver Friendship Center downtown. We're still working on building the relationships there, and I hope you welcome our new charter community into the fold.
Thank you very much, Director de Jager. I'll look for a seconder, and I do see President Stanwood's hand up, so I'll recognize President Stanwood. You're muted, President Stanwood.
I second it.
Thank you very much. I will open it up for any discussion, and then we can proceed to the vote for the acceptance. But is there any discussion on resolution A? Go ahead, President Stanwood.
Yeah, I agree in general with the organization Sea to Sky. I have in the past. I've actually proposed that we do take North Fraser and divide the community into manageable areas as well, from grassroots up. So we had proposed this strategy to Louis as well in the early part of this year, and I'm saying that yes, I agree with the motion to have the community forum, but I don't agree in the process that was had to get to this point. And saying that we weren't conferred with or collaborated with at all as to the development of this this new community. And that sort of put us in a position where we have, of course, you realize we're awarded the BC Gaming Grant. And the BC Gaming Grant was, I can't really say about it because it was in camera as to the process on how we were awarded the grant and how much it was, but it does affect the community. And as of the minutes of the RGC in basically, let me see here. On Saturday, July 8th, 2023, at the RGC meeting, we proposed and were voted for the borders, etc., for the community. And the statement was that 25 applicants were done and it was formed. So they had the necessary ingredients to move forward. What it was, what did come out of it, and it says in the minutes of the meeting, if a community has a BC gaming grant, the community cannot be divided until the grant expires. And if a community has a BC charity license, the boundaries must be looked upon as far as the license goes. This has not been done. So due process has not been done here. And I would, want that to be done. The minutes were ratified at the September 21st AGM. And they were carried unanimously forward. So this is a record, and it's in the minutes to be. And I'm not trying to stay this, but what I'm trying to do is just point out that the process should follow. One of the things I would have expected is that the new community would have approached the North Fraser president and board of directors prior to pushing forward, because we have a lot of activities in the area that were not brought forward. And now we're in a position where we should be looking at these now, and we should be collaborating together on this, but we haven't. And so, I don't know whether we're ready to vote in favor of this moving forward until this housekeeping stuff has been cleared up. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, President Stanwood. I did see Director Gladue raise his hand, and that may have gone down. Director Gladue, did you wish to speak to this?
I was going to call question, but now that this is in light, I'm going to let others speak now.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands. Director Dieger, go ahead.
Mute.
Sorry about that. I would certainly welcome some discussion, and any sharing of revenue, I'm sure would be very welcome by the new community.
Go ahead, President Keith.
Greg, can you answer? So you were saying that you can't divide your numbers, but surely the BC Gaming Grant understands that other societies can pop up. Would the BC Gaming Grant allow you to divide the funding or give a portion? Would you need their permission first? And are you motioning to table it then? Is that what's happening?
I'll recognize President Stanwood to respond or provide an answer.
No, what it is, the BC Gaming Grant is to our society. It has nothing to do with MNBC at all. It is our society, and the way we disperse that is our society's rule, and as well as the rule from the BC Gaming Grant. They do not depict boundaries or areas. They depict cultural activities, etc. It's up to us to engage the community in different areas. My proposal was not to make out that we're in an ability to share our BC gaming grant, but it would have been nice to, because of the programming that we had proposed, they obviously weren't discussed with as far as that goes, and in the territory which we were going to propose it. If it is in fact that the boundaries are going to be as they are in this motion, then we will ensure that the funding is kept within our own boundaries of our own community as per se. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stanwood. Director Harriet, go ahead. I believe Director Harriet is frozen.
I think, yeah.
Right, not seeing. I do see a couple other hands. I'm going to turn to President Smith for comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I understand what I'm hearing is that the BC Gaming grant has certain regulations. However, what we're talking about here today is MNBC accepting a new charter community. It's my understanding that this goes through the RGC, which all communities in that region have a seat at and have a say, and the boundaries were discussed at the RGC. And that is where concern of our boundaries should have come up. However, the Regional Governance Council approved this, so I am voting in favor of this new community as per our MNBC governance systems and our processes. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I'll next go to President McDonnell.
I would like some clarification if possible. I would like to know why, from whomever would have done it, Mr. Stanwood's community wasn't consulted as asked. I know this has happened in the past. And I think we were really clear that we want communities to be consulted. And this directly affects his community, although he's not against it, nor am I. I just would like to know why the consultation did not happen.
Thank you. And perhaps, I'm not sure if Director Dieger, that's something you're able to address as the Director of the Lower Mainland Region, Region 2. Go ahead, Director Dieger.
Sure. The conversation from the grassroots people who rose up and formed a community, wanted to form a community, they were not getting any service at all. So up in Squamish, in Vancouver, and it was very difficult for North Fraser to try to service the whole region because of its sheer size. This enables another community and some other people to help with that process to get services and cultural events to the areas that we couldn't expect North Fraser to get to. They never had an opportunity to service any of the regions outside of their own. And so my hope is that this new community will be able to deliver to Métis people what they deserve in a location that's much closer for them to go to.
Thank you. And President Stanwood?
Yeah, I agree somewhat, Louis. I don't agree that we were not consulted at all. I don't agree that we did not have programs in place for the territory. Even the fact that even on August 20th, we had a summer barbecue that went to the entire organization, and 85% of those people that attended were from the Vancouver area, not from so-called the New Westminster area. We had politicians from Burnaby attend. We've had a lot of different things. We were not given the opportunity to go after the different territories yet, although they were in our strategic plan to develop these territories, develop the members into directors, and have those directors go out and form a grassroots community within their area. This was our intent to begin with. Yes, I agree with the question was that, yes, we were not consulted in this process. And although I'm for it, I'm for the process, I just don't think it was a very good strategy for somebody to not consult us. In the MNGA and in the MNBC book of rules for forming a new community, the very first step is to consult the president and board of directors if you are thinking about starting a community within the existing community. That is in writing in there. Since that time, we've had our AGM, and in that AGM, I changed the bylaws to ensure any further development, any further new community must collaborate with the president and board of directors prior to them officially getting accepted as a community. That is in our bylaws now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see it looks that Director Harriet has unfrozen himself. So we'll turn next to Director Harriet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. My internet just, yeah. I guess where I originally put my hand up was I just heard a lot about some sort of colonial imposition on us being Otipemisiwak, governing ourselves. So I just wanted to support that many hands make light work. And it seems like there is a group that is very motivated to govern themselves. And it sounds like it's gone through the process of being accepted by the Regional Governance Council, is my understanding. So I just want to speak in support of this.
Thank you. I don't see any further hands up. I do see President Smith. Just if I can before I did see Director Fisher. I'm not sure if no longer wishing to speak. I just want to ensure that that's the case.
Question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just was going to say question.
I'd like thank you.
Yeah.
And given that, I think if I just a moment. Okay. I do have two hands still up. We have not quite yet reached the 30 minutes, so we will proceed, but I only see the two hands, so we may be able to get to the vote after these two speakers. And I do note, yes, I next have President Smith, followed by President Stanwood.
Certainly, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading Article 55 of our Constitution regarding communities and new communities being formed. I see nothing in our Constitution, which is an overarching Constitution. It trumps our own legislation, community societies, but I see nothing in Article 55 of our Constitution that speaks to consultation. I believe that consultation is done at the Regional Governance Council level, and that's the work of the Regional Governance Council. At the Regional Governance Council, a community could ask for further consultation, but it's totally up to the Regional Governance Council to make those decisions. And I believe what I'm hearing from Regional Director Dieger is that the Regional Governance Council went through the due process and everything has been done according to the Constitution of the Métis Nation BC. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe President Stanwood was referencing minutes from a Regional Governance Council meeting. If I recall, I think he mentioned, I think it was in September. But I'll next, the only last speaker I have with a hand up is President Stanwood.
Yes, you're right, David. I was quoting per rata out of the Regional Government Council minutes of and as I stated, it states in the minutes of the Regional Government Council, which Lisa was referring to, stating that they make the rules and they should be governing this. It states if a community has BC gaming grants, the community cannot be divided until the grants have expired. This hasn't been done, so it's just a matter of housekeeping that this be addressed, and otherwise I'm totally for this moving forward as a community, but I just certain things haven't been taken care of prior to voting in favor of a new community. That's all.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And I thought it was important to clarify some things based on some of the comments that are being made. There is the rules and the process which is set out in our Constitution and legislation. If those are satisfied, the process has been followed. But for those of you who have attended some of my board fundamentals training, or have asked me some procedural questions, there's always ways to color in beyond the rules on how to make things more efficient. So if the Constitution and the legislation have been satisfied, the process is followed. And I believe that Mr. Stanwood, when he's talking about consultation with presidents, he's referring to the document Board in a Box, which was created through Ministry of Community Services with my consultation. We give suggestions to help communities along their way to make things easier, even if they're beyond the process. But the process is clear in the Constitution. So there has to be a clarification that only something that is in MMBC legislation is a process that must be followed. And according to the process of this that is laid out in the resolution, the process according to the Constitution and legislation has been followed in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker, for that clarification. Not seeing any other hands up. I do see Director Jagger. This will be a third opportunity to speak. Or I do see Director Gladue raise his hand, so I'll go turn to Director Gladue.
Just want to clarify something that Mr. Beaker said is has or hasn't. I wasn't clarified on the has or hasn't.
Has, so long as it has followed the procedure set out in the Constitution, which according to the resolution, the whereas portion, it appears that it has, then that status with in Mr. Beaker's opinion, I'm not trying to speak to him on his behalf, but my interpretation of what he was saying is that it has been followed.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification. Has or hasn't.
Thank you. Finally, I'll turn to Director Jagger.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that, yes, all the process has been followed, and any agreements for funding or anything like that does belong to North Fraser. It's up to North Fraser. They sign those agreements, so it's there's no technicality here. Nobody's asking for any of North Fraser's money. It all belongs to them. They earned it. It's their money. So I just want to make sure that was crystal clear.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further hands up, we will turn this to our clerk for the roll call. For approval, this will require 75% in favor. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And with permission of the chair, I'd like to point out that we did not read the resolution that is in front of us. And it's usually customary to do so. So I will read the resolution, then we will proceed to the vote if that is okay.
That's agreeable.
Okay. So the resolution is Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association. This will affect charter communities, made by the Region 2 Director to the Clerk on June 12th, 2023, and will require three-quarters vote in favor to adopt. Whereas on July 8th, 2023, the Region 2 Regional Governance Council endorsed the application of the Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association to become a charter community as set out in Appendix A. B, Article 55.3 of the MNBC Constitution empowers the MNGA to approve a new charter community agreements with a 75% majority vote. The Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association has completed its registration under the BC Societies Act. Be it resolved that The MNGA hereby ratifies the application of the Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association for full charter community status. The MNGA agrees and recognizes the geographical boundaries of the Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association as the following municipalities: Bowen Island, Brackendale, Darcy, Garden Bay, Garibaldi Heights / Highland, Gibsons, Half Moon Bay, Lions Bay, Madeira Park, North Vancouver, Pemberton, Richmond, Roberts Creek, Sechelt, Squamish, Vancouver, West Vancouver, Whistler. And I'm going to dispense with reading the Appendix A because that is a resolution from the Region 2 RGC. It was attached for information.
Thank you very much. And so at this point, then we'll be moving to a vote, a roll call vote, whether in favor, opposed, or abstaining for the recognition or an acceptance of the proposed new charter community. And perhaps Mr. Beaker, before you go through the roll, if you just want to explain the effect of an abstention vote on a vote such as this.
I'd like to just take a quick minute on this one, please. Thank you for the question. I would refer to section 55.3 of the Constitution, which states that ratification by 75% of the MNGA is required. And this is, I'd like to contrast that with a reference in the MNGA Act that says for ratification of an amendment to the Constitution requires a 75% vote of the roll call of the Assembly. Because the roll call of the Assembly is not specified in the Constitution, that will be considered 3/4. If 3/4 of the people who cast their vote today are in favor, it will be adopted. So an abstention will be essentially it will not affect the outcome.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'll turn to Mr. Baker for the roll call.
There's a raised hand.
Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you. President DeBoer.
Sorry, just a quick question. That gaming grant is he gonna have to is that community gonna have to repay that gaming grant because of us?
I'm gonna stop. It's not relevant, and from my understanding, as President Stanwood said, it's theirs, and it wasn't tied to geographic boundaries. Thank you, and then I'll turn back to Mr. Beaker.
So we will call the roll, and we'll go in reverse order this time. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor. In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
Abstain.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Valerie Pace.
Yes.
Walter Minot. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
In favor, and I believe President Minalt couldn't get his mute off to answer you.
Thank you. Feb Goulet.
Yes.
Dean
This is
Gladue,
VP Minalt, just to let you know, I voted yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
In favor.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Deb Fisher,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Gerald Dodman,
In favor.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Louis DeJagger,
Yes.
Sean Davern,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Miranda Berard,
In favor.
David Allard,
Yes.
Tom Adams,
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
is there anyone who is present who I did not call their name?
Mark.
You missed. Go ahead.
Sorry, Anthony, you can go.
You missed Anthony Quilo. I vote yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Richard Lewis. I vote yes.
Okay. Anyone
Tyler
else?
Massey, vote yes.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone else? And apologies for missing those.
Mark DeBoard, I'm voting yes. And just to comment on the chat that I'll be stepping away and my vice president, Mel Allard, will be voting from now on.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mark. Anyone else? Okay, bear with me 1 second. So 39 votes were cast. We have 38 in favor and 1 abstention. This resolution is adopted.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Vancouver Sea to Sky Métis Association. I understand their president, Rob Anderson, is able to join us and will be entering shortly, and will be sitting with as a member of the MNGA from this point going forward. We will next be going through to unfinished business. This will be the resolution that had been postponed from the June 23rd MNGA. And I would note, as it's kind of noted in the agenda, that the resolution that will be presented has been modified from the original through further discussions from the original mover. I believe it was President Lewis. Just want to make sure we've got President Anderson joined, and then I will turn it over to my co-chair and the clerk to begin with the unfinished business, or UB1.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk to read the resolution UB1. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And as the resolution has been amended, I'd ask the deputy clerk to please put it on the screen. I will read what is on the screen. Okay. So The subject is MNBC citizenship for Métis with connections to BC living out of province. This will affect the Citizenship Act. This was submitted by the Cowichan Valley Métis Association to the clerk on April 24th, 2023, and will require a 3/4 vote to adopt. Whereas all Métis are entitled to be connected to their Métis heritage and have their Métis identity validated, and all BC Métis are entitled to stay apprised of events and information available through Métis Nation British Columbia. It is in the interests of the Métis Nation British Columbia to have as many citizens with ties to British Columbia as possible represented by MNBC. And all Métis persons should have the right to be connected to their Métis community and or their Métis immediate or extended family members. Not all provinces have representative Métis bodies recognized by the Métis National Council in which MNBC is a member. Be it resolved that the Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Strike Articles 3.1.1 and 3.1.2 and insert the following in their place. The applicant normally resides within the charter community area and the jurisdiction of the MNBC, or the applicant submits an application for citizenship as described in Article 3.1 and meets the citizenship criteria set out in Section 61 of the Constitution and resides outside of the historic Métis homeland, is endorsed by an MNBC charter community, and can demonstrate an immediate family tied to Métis citizen in British Columbia, is eligible for Métis citizenship if the applicant expressly holds themselves out to be Métis in the charter community and or within the jurisdiction of the MNBC. In Article 3.2, strike the words Article 3.1, 3.1.1, and 3.1.2 and insert Articles 3.1.1 or 3.1.2 and 3.1.3 in their place so that the article will read as follows. Once the Citizenship Authority is satisfied that the applicant has met the conditions in Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, or 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, the Citizenship Authority may issue the applicant notification of charter community acceptance not exceeding 90 days, and then issue a Métis Nation British Columbia citizenship card. That's it? Okay. I would also like to let the chairs know that we do have the Executive Director of the Ministry of Citizenship on hand, Colleen Hodgson, to answer any technical questions people may have.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Do I have a mover for resolution UB1?
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Do I have a seconder?
We have the Executive Director of the Ministry of Citizenship on hand, Colleen.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis. I'll second that.
Hey, I have my hand up first. It's all good.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
Sorry about that. There was a delay in what I could hear through my headset here. Do we have any further discussion on this resolution? Chair recognizes President Byrd.
Thank you, Caitlin Byrd, President of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I have a question just about which chartered community these out-of-province citizens would be connected to. I know there's lots of discussion at regional governance councils about community connection and all the pieces that go along with that. So just a question about which chartered community these out-of-province citizens would be connected to. Thank you.
Okay, I will recognize Colleen Hodgson to answer that question, President Byrd. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And just, yeah, great question, Caitlin. And just if we look at the resolution itself, so this is asking for Métis citizenship to be outside of the Métis Nation homeland. So the actual process, I'll just maybe walk through just a quick scenario. So let's say that you were living in Halifax and you wanted to apply for Métis Nation BC citizenship. You would need to, first of all, be directly related to an immediate family member of a chartered community. So perhaps this is Greater Victoria Nation. So you would need to have an immediate family member that is a citizen attached to that chartered community. And so it would be specific to geography. So it would be specific to the chartered community, to a citizen that is part of the Métis chartered community. So it's not the chartered community itself. You would be attached directly to an immediate family member of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. Then you would reach out to the Métis Nation Greater Victoria, and the Métis Nation Greater Victoria would have to endorse you as being directly related to an immediate family member who is a citizen with Métis Nation Greater Victoria. And if you were, then the leadership within the Métis Nation Greater Victoria would endorse you. Then you would come to us and apply for citizenship and go through the regular citizenship process. So outside of the Métis Nation homeland is kind of key here, because you wouldn't belong or be involved with any of the other Métis governing members. This is for applications for citizenship outside of those 5 governing bodies, including MMF. So, and it would include, like, for example, the Yukon or the Northwest Territories. It's somewhere where you could be an MNBC citizen, but it would specifically be through an immediate family member who is a citizen and is part of a chartered community with MNBC. So I hope that kind of was an example. Rick, help me out if I made any errors there, but I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, President Lewis. I should have referred to you first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all Métis family have the right to have family connections to community no matter where they are. This resolution will allow family members residing outside of the historical Métis homeland to belong to communities where family is, and strengthening that family bond. This resolution will also allow members of the military and RCMP to belong to community after they retire from service and choose to live in a province that is not part of the Métis National Council. Right now, without this resolution, as it stands, NMBC members serving out of province due to deployment are allowed to maintain their membership, but when they retire or leave the service and choose to stay out of province, they are no longer members. This resolution will address this as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Lewis. I'd like to recognize President Adams. I saw you had your hand up, but I don't see you any longer. Do you still wish to speak?
Yes, I'm in full support of this resolution as a retired military member and 25 years with the Navy. I do know a lot of Navy personnel from Victoria and some Air Force personnel from Comox, where their families are still here and they are posted to Greenwood or they're posted to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and then they are completely cut off of their Métis roots. So with this being allowed, they are allowed to now maintain their roots with their communities and with their families back as a Métis citizen. So I am totally in support of this resolution.
Thank you. I'll now move to President Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak totally in favor of this. We say we are the people that take care of each other. And if we take care of each other, then these are our people that we should embrace. And in particular, our veterans, whether it be military or RCMP, they're out there serving on our behalf. And I don't think it's the Métis way to turn our back. And as well, I'd like to point out that there is lots of people in BC and just outside BC that would love to snap those folks up. And there are people. So I'm in total agreement that we proceed with this. Thank you.
Director Harriet, I apologize. I understand you've had your hand up, but it's not showing up on my screen here. So please go ahead.
Maybe it's because I don't have a yellow hand. I have a flesh-colored hand or something. I don't know. No, I really wanted to speak to this because it was my resolution that referred it from the last one, and I just wanted to say that I really believe in what President Lewis is trying to do with this, and I just felt like it needed to make sure there was no unintended consequences, and I really think that it's good in the form that it is presented today. Absolutely, this is about family connections and family cohesion, and really that is the basis of the Métis Nation is that interrelated kinscape. So I just really want to speak in favor of this, keeping families connected, and also to respect our veterans as well. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harriet. I will pass it on to President Keith, please.
Perhaps it's already been spoken to or it's been written down and I just don't see it. There's no risk of a wave of people living outside of BC getting membership and then taking services to other parts, right? Like if we had a housing program that allowed you to update for housing, I think we even do have that, make changes on your home. Are people living outside of the province eligible for those as well, amongst other services? I'm also wondering if we could possibly get the exact number of citizens in the registry as it stands right now, if we have that on hand. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. Colleen Hodgson, I will pass that question to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Jamie, we just had a ceremony in Victoria for 25,000 citizens, so 25,000 citizens. So yeah, so that's a great question and a good segue into the fact that, you know, when we think about, before I just answer the other question about building the nation and counting our citizens, we right now currently have about 789 citizens that live outside of MNBC's borders. So they live outside of MNBC's borders. They're MNBC citizens. They were citizens in BC and then moved away. And we hold on to them, but we do not include them in citizenship lists that come out to your communities and different things like that. They can't access programs and services. Our electoral act specifically prevents them from being in governance, you know, and leadership positions and being part of the governance process. So there are things already that exist that are taking place. So the difference here would be that the 789 citizens and any new citizens that would belong outside of our borders would, to my knowledge, not have access to programs and services. So, but that is, you know, that is a good question because that needs to be the discussion here, you know, and I think, you know, to Richard's point that this connection to community and culture and family is a real focus here. So this is, you know, so that will, this is looking at MNBC citizenship as being that connection to community and culture and family outside of the BC borders. So there's that piece. Then there's what we can operationalize. So when everybody, you know, when we when we put a policy piece forward like this that drives legislation and then we legislate it, the Ministry of Citizenship has to be able to have the ability to operationalize it. So the operational side of this is, you know, it's complex and a lot of things would have to change. But the programs and services piece are really, you know, not the Ministry of Citizenship's decision to make. So I think that's part of the discussion. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Ms. Hodgson. I'd like to recognize Director Hooper, please.
So yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we had discussion last week, I believe, President Lewis, Colleen, Patrick Harriet, and myself had, because it was, as it was first written, I found I couldn't support it as it was first written. And in discussion with Rick in, you know, the whole intent of this, I can now totally back. I'm in full support of how it's been put out in this amended resolution. It does speak to family roots, community, culture, and connection, which is the main things that we need. That's who we are. So I am in support of this, and I think it will help our family members, as Rick has brought this up several times in the past. So he'll be able to bring his brother back to his community, for an example. And as well as other, even members within Region 6. We know several who do live in the Yukon. We could bring them home to our communities. The voting, the Electoral Act, it states if you do not have a BC residence, a BC address, you can't vote. You have to reside in BC for 6 months in order to vote. So there will be, you know, they won't be on a voters list, so they won't be able to vote within their communities or regions for our elections. Just like they wouldn't be able to vote in provincial or federal elections, or federal they could obviously, but provincial, they couldn't vote in BC for a provincial election. So I'm in support of this, and I'm really glad we had the opportunity to speak with Rick and to totally understand more as to what we wanted to get out of this. So yeah, I'm full support of this. So thank you, and thank you, Rick, for your perseverance in getting this back on the floor. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Minister Jager, please.
Thanks, Mr. President Lewis. This is great. I'm a military family as well, with lots of relatives right across the whole country. And but I would like to take it one further. I would like us to definitely move toward participation in our elections, because I do believe strongly that citizenship should come with some responsibility, and that responsibility is to choose the leadership and help build your nation and guide in the direction. It's not saying that we send a bunch of ballots out. It's saying that people who have current citizenship could, at election time, write in and get a ballot mailed to them, or digital, or any other way that we want to do that. So I'd like to even take it one step further and eventually have all of our citizens have the opportunity and the democratic right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize President Swears, please.
Hi. This question, I'm in support of this here, but I thought maybe I could talk with Ms. Hodgson's about membership and students and their expiry dates and their renewal holdups, because you're having an awful lot of students thinking they're not going to get funded because their renewals are sitting in that big pile of 7,000. And maybe if there's some way you can expedite renewals for students and take away that anxiety that they're already having in the educated system. Other than that, I like this proposal. It's good.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize President Allard, please.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I support this. I'd like to ask a few questions, please, of Director Hodgson here. I have a few of them, so bear with me. 3.11, the applicant normally resides. Could we have a definition of normally? And also 3.12, resides outside of the historic Métis homeland. What would someone live in, say in the Ottawa area, they're part of the MNO as a Métis? Is that the, would they qualify or not? Basically, what is the definition of the historic Métis homeland in this case? And then also, could you please confirm that someone may not be part of a community per se, but based under 3.2, they may receive acceptance by MNBC, and they would have citizenship. I'm just saying that they may not have their paperwork signed by a chartered community for whatever reason. Then that would move on to MNBC to sign it, and they would still be accepted as a citizen here. So yeah, a few questions there. Normally, the first one, I'm just curious in a general sense, but I support this. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hodgson, would you like to address the questions?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so great questions. Good discussion. So resides outside of the Métis, the historic Métis homeland. That is the language, and what it kind of represents is when you think of the governing bodies, so, you know, MNO westward, you can move outside of MNBC's borders and still apply for citizenship with MNO, with MMF, with MNS, with MNA. But if you get outside of those borders and you're in Eastern Canada or the Northwest Territories or the Yukon, you cannot. You don't have a governing body that exists in those places that you can be a part of. So we didn't want to have the application for citizenship include governing members that already have a process in place, a national process that is the same as ours to apply for citizenship. And MNO is one of them. So anything, you know, kind of east of Ontario and north of us into the Northwest Territories and Yukon are the areas that this would include. So because there's no governing bodies there that you can live there and be attached to. So we would be that MNBC is where they'd be attached to. Normally, that's just it's just a word that is used, and I mean, John's way better at this than I am for sure, but it's basically saying, you know, that you don't normally means that you're not living kind of maybe 6 months of the year in BC and 6 months of the year in the Yukon or something. You know, normally your residence, your place where you do business and work and do things is outside of BC. So that's kind of my interpretation, but John might have something to add to that. But when you talk about the community acceptance piece, so this is, and it's a great question because this is where things are a little bit different. So if you're living in the Yukon and you're applying for citizenship with Métis Nation BC, and you have family that lives in Chilliwack and are citizens and are part of the Chilliwack Métis Association, the president, Peter, of the Chilliwack Métis Association we would have a template we'd create, and it would be where the president would endorse the acceptance of that connection to a citizen in a family, immediate family member that's a citizen with Chilliwack Métis Association. And then the application would come to us, they would need to apply from there, and we would go through the application process. So typically when somebody applies for citizenship, the final phase of this obviously is we send it out to you as leadership in the community, and you do the community acceptance. So in this case, it's a little bit different because if we follow this process and they are endorsed by the chartered community and can, you know, because they've verified that they're directed to an immediate family member who's a citizen with that community, that's the first step. Then it comes to us, which is the opposite. So, but we're not going to apply, we're not going to go through the citizenship process and go, yes, this person is eligible for citizenship, and then turn it around again and go to the Chilliwack Métis Association and say, okay, you know, confirm that you're accepting this person, because you have already done that as a community. So when they apply for citizenship after that endorsement, and we say, yes, they're eligible for citizenship, then citizenship process happens. So that's where things would be a little bit different. So because we're not going to accept an application from anybody outside of MNBC that doesn't have that direct, immediate connection to a family member that is a citizen in a chartered community. So if somebody from the Yukon tries to apply for citizenship, we get a citizenship application from somebody that lives in Whitehorse, we're not going to accept it because they haven't followed the first step, which is go to the community that they are identifying as immediate family member and a citizen is. So does that confuse you more, maybe? I talked a lot about that, or it's just a little bit of a different process.
No, that's fine. Thanks for your answers, and especially the governing bodies not wanting to be redundant up to a point. On a side note, I actually think a person should have the choice to apply, even if they're living within the boundaries of another Métis organization. You know, sure, there may be redundancies or whatever, but I don't see why they wouldn't be able to apply. Really, they're connected to MNBC, and if it's temporary, as it states in the first article, they're heading back to BC anyway. So why not just get their citizenship, even if they are residing in Alberta, because they know they're normally residing in BC. I thought you may have mentioned something contradictory to that, but that's how I read it here. But yeah, thanks for your responses there.
Thanks, Dave. I'm just going to pass the speaking over to our clerk to further answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a quick question around the phrase ordinarily resident. Ordinarily resident means essentially which province you file your taxes in, and more than likely which province your driver license or government issued ID is in. So if you still have a BC driver's license, or if you file your taxes as a resident of British Columbia, that is considered ordinarily resident.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. I'd like to recognize President Byrd, please.
Thank you. I believe that I agree with the intention of this resolution. However, I feel like there's a lot of policy questions that still need to be figured out. One moment, I'm just going to get the vacuum in the background to stop if that's coming through. There's a number of policy questions that I think need to be figured out a little bit more and determined a little bit more. I know we do have a few more MNGAs, and so I would be curious to sort of dig into some of these pieces around voting, about services and programs, and around which chartered community and how the funding would work, and all those sorts of pieces. Perhaps I've been in government too long and feel that policy should come before legislation. But just some questions that remain unanswered for me.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize President Durocher, please.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this resolution also, but I do have some questions. And if you permanently decide to live outside of the province of BC, how does that work with your having membership with BC? For instance, if you in Alberta, Saskatchewan, or whatever, do you have to join their charters as well as their citizenship in order to get help from them, or does your help come just from MNBC? Thank you.
And I will pass that to Ms. Hodgson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So great question. So this is specifically about the citizens outside of those governing bodies. So it wouldn't have any effect with Métis Nation Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba Métis Federation, or Métis Nation Alberta. So it's specifically for, citizens outside of those boundaries. So, and to your first kind of point that about, are kind of living outside of our borders, our MNBC borders, and then move back or whatever, I'm pretty sure, and I would not, this is Richard's resolution, but this is for life. So this is somebody that could be born in Whitehorse and never have lived in BC or have any plans on moving to BC and still be a citizen of Métis Nation, British Columbia.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Director Fisher, please.
Yes, thank you. I actually am very much in favor of this. I also believe one of the things too that I think is really important is that our people move. We always have. And just because we've had to move from our charter community doesn't mean that we have strong ties to that. I can speak on personal on this with my children that I've had to leave either for school or for work. But I'm also speaking in favor of this motion as Minister of Education, as it's been brought to our attention time and time again that Métis children from the territories are part of programs that see them enrolled in boarding schools here in British Columbia with the independent school system. And we do not receive Métis specific data from the province on those students. And I believe that allowing Métis learners that are not ordinarily residents of British Columbia to have citizenship allows us to track student data internally, and then thus gives us the ability to advocate for stronger inclusive practices in an educational system that is racist and overlooks our people, particularly recently. Thank you. So I vote in favor of this.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize President Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am still having issue with 3.1.1. The applicant normally resides within the chartered community. If we're talking about somebody who is from British Columbia, who's moved away and has gone for some time, has a family member, like I'll use myself. I have a brother that lives in the States, but he moved down to the States years ago because of work. Now, he is not living in any of the governing members' provinces, so he would qualify for citizenship. However, the normally resides, that tells me, and I think the clerk gave us an example of filing income tax, having a driver's license. If you've left the province for several years, you're not going to be holding a BC driver's license. You're not going to be filing your taxes in British Columbia. So I'm having trouble with that. And I don't think it could be someone who previously resided within the charter community area, but normally to me means somebody who is now living within British Columbia, within the area of our charter community. I'm just stuck on that one. I do believe in this resolution and I will support it, but I'm very, very stuck. So I'm not sure if Director of Citizenship Colleen Hodgson might be able to speak to that.
The chair will recognize Ms. Hodgson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a great question, and I think it needs more discussion because, you know, our Métis people do move around. But yeah, to John's point, to the clerk's point regarding where you file your income tax, if that's the case, then there's a lot of people that wouldn't be able to apply for citizenship that live outside of the province.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's a really good point, President Smith, and I think it's almost, I feel like this just from this resolution that it needs to be kind of socialized a little bit more and I'm really glad this discussion's happening as now, but to Caitlin's point too, you know, there's policy pieces in here that are going to affect the way things are done. So yeah, so we just need to be super clear.
Yeah, and just a supplemental, I guess, I'm going to say my whole family, all of us children were born in Port Alberni and we were raised on the island. So we are definitely British Columbians. And but however that normally resides would leave a lot of people out because I don't think this resolution is about normally residing. It's about people who have lived in British Columbia and moved away for work or for military or for whatever other reason, but they likely do not normally reside in the charter community area anymore.
Thank you. We have a point of order from President Allard. I'd like to recognize President Allard, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm just looking at the resolution that was submitted within the deadlines to the MNGA and was shared with all of us as a UB1, Unfinished Business 1, and it's still up on the MNBC website, and it's not the same as this one. Can we have clarification on this? There's some key wordings that are different. I don't know if I missed something during the break or.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Mr. Beaker, please.
Thank you for that. The mover of the resolution has the right to amend the resolution before it is moved onto the floor of the MNGA. They also have the right to withdraw their resolution before it is moved and seconded onto the floor of the MNGA. The thing that a mover would not have the right to do for a resolution is to submit a resolution on one matter. In this case, talking about Articles 3.1.1, 3.1.2 of the Citizenship Act, and then amend it to say change something in the Electoral Act. That would violate giving proper notice of what is being considered. If it is still within the scope of what was originally submitted, the mover has the right to amend the resolution until it is actually on the floor of the MNGA. This has been done before, which was why we read out the resolution in its most final form when it came to that, and why we have it on the screen right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I was just, I knew something was off there, and yeah, it would have been nice to highlight the amendments there, but maybe not everyone recognized the differences there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker and Mr. Allard. I'd like to recognize Director Gervais, please.
Rainey, sorry. Anyway, I support this resolution, but I got like a little bit of a problem with 3.1. Normally, you take a family that lives like on the mainland or wherever, Prince George, and they have a family breakup, and the husband decides to move to Yellowknife or wherever it is, or northern Saskatchewan, and they don't see each other, and he takes half the family with him. So you normally reside in one area. That has a lot to do with how the family is going to exist while they're separated. So it gets back to the taxes. So he might come down and do his taxes and then go back to his family, his separated family. So I'm just wondering how that would weigh into to this resolution, that the way it is without changing 3.1.
I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Beaker, please.
Sorry, thank you for that, and I hope that I can provide a bit of clarification on what's been discussed very recently. To clarify, Article 3.1.1 exists in the Citizenship Act already. That is one of the requirements that people have when they apply for citizenship, that they normally reside within the charter community area and the jurisdiction of MNBC. The new 3.1.2, or the "or" part, the 3.1.2, this is what we're wanting to add into the Citizenship Act to allow for people like Mr. Lewis's brother for that. So 3.1.1 is going to be the piece of legislation that applies to, I would say, probably 99% of applicants to MNBC when they apply for new citizenship. They apply for citizenship and they live within British Columbia. The "or" and the 3.1.2 is the change that we're wanting to make to allow for these people who are connected to British Columbia but do not reside in British Columbia. So just to clarify, 3.1.1 already is in the Citizenship Act.
Thank you for that clarification. I'd like to recognize Director Harriet, and I thank you for your bright yellow hand this time. I can see it clearly.
I made the change, so there's no confusion. Yeah, no, I just want to respond to something President Byrd raised about policy. And it's something that went through my mind as well. So I really sort of went through a lot of that. So when it comes to resources, a lot of our funding initiatives, say with the province, have stipulations about residency and those kind of things. So it's quite clear who would be able to access those things. And that's also why, if we have citizens that move to other provinces, it's important that they are acknowledged by their provincial organization, or governments, I should say, their provincial governments, because they have those relationships with their provinces in order for those resources to be accessed. So when it comes to those that are outside of the Métis homeland, the resources are going to be less. But something that I considered very strongly is those that are outside of the homeland that have these family ties. During this time of Indigenous identity questioning, which we should be strengthening, making sure that people can prove their connection, being able to be vetted as a citizen, with their genealogy and all the rest of it, I think is really important. So that's why I am very in favor of this, and point taken about the resources, but that very much is within our funding agreement, so it's taken care of on that side, if you will, just as the same way as the Electoral Act is very clear about who can vote, and I take Minister Jagger's point that we should re-examine that, but this is about connection, and that's what this resolution is about.
I'd like to recognize Director Gladue, please.
I was just wanting to call a question.
Thank you, Director Glue. Thank you, Director Glue. We're just going to recognize Mr. Lewis as he has had his hand up for quite some time before we move forward. Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
I don't believe I have my hand up. Sorry. Wrong Lewis?
And Madam Chair, I had my hand up before a question was called. Thank you.
Okay, recognize President Smith.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say I wholeheartedly support this resolution. I want to thank our clerk for the clarification. I missed the and or part, or the or part. So it can either be 3.1.1 or 3.1.2. It's either or. So I just want to thank you. So that makes a lot of sense now, that if you don't meet 3.1.1, you could likely meet 3.1.2. So thank you. I support this.
Thank you, President Smith. I'm just going to ask Mr. Beaker to read the resolution one more time before we go to a vote, before we have our lunch break.
All right, thank you. And I will start reading at the be it resolved that, which is on your screen. So be it resolved that the Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Strike Articles 3.1.1 and 3.1.2 and insert the following in their place. 3.1.1, the applicant normally resides within the charter community area and the jurisdiction of the MNBC. Or 3.1.2, the applicant submits an application for citizenship as described in Article 3.1 and meets the citizenship criteria set out in Section 61 of the Constitution and resides outside the historic Métis homeland, is endorsed by the MNBC Métis Charter Community, and can demonstrate an immediate family tie to Métis citizen in British Columbia, is eligible to apply for MNBC citizenship if 3.1.3, the applicant expressly holds themselves out to be Métis in the charter community and or within the jurisdiction of the MNBC. In Article 3.2, strike the words Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, and 3.1.2 and insert Articles 3.1.1 or 3.1.2 and 3.1.3 in their place so that the article will read as follows. Once the Citizenship Authority is satisfied that the applicant has met the conditions in Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, or 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, the Citizenship Authority may issue the applicant notification of a charter community acceptance not exceeding 90 days, and then issue a Métis Nation British Columbia citizenship card. As this resolution is going to change a piece of MNBC legislation, we require 75% of the roll call, which is of delegates present, to vote in the affirmative. This will mean that if you abstain, it will have the effect of a no vote. With that, we are going to start at the top of the alphabet. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Melanie Allard, I understand, is here for Mark DeBoard.
Abstain.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Welcome, Rob.
Thank you.
Miranda Berard,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Abstain.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Abstain.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Sean Daverin,
Yes.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Feb Goulet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Crelo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
100% yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
Valerie Pace, Kelly Sears,
Yes.
Mert Servatius, Dana Shaw,
Abstain.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Greg Stanwood,
Yes.
Joy Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears,
Yes.
Pixie Wells,
Before I answer, I ask myself, will this be good for our children? And I agree. Yes, it will.
Yes.
Is there anyone whose name I did not call who wishes to cast a vote? Have I missed anyone?
Did Tony Goulet have a vote?
Tony Goulet did not answer the quorum call.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Valerie Pace,
Yes.
thank you. Anyone else that was missed? Okay. I will tabulate. Please hold. Okay, thank you. We required 28 votes in the affirmative to pass. The tally is 35 in favor and 4 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Marcy, everybody, for your participation here today so far, and especially to my colleagues here at the table. Thank you all for your patience with me as I figure things out. We are going to take a lunch break now. I have 12:34, so we'll reconvene in an hour, 1:35 Pacific and 2:34, pardon me, Mountain. So enjoy your lunch break.
forced to work under the table cash jobs often below minimum wage. It doesn't take much to go into the internet and find jobs that are essentially specifically calling out for international students, specifically asking them to come and work in these spaces. So I would say that it's incredibly common. In response, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada would not commit to removing the cap, instead saying it's reviewing the impact of this policy. From CTV News, Toronto. All right, let's go back to our story on the Liberal
Hey,
leadership.
Dean, you're unmuted right now, and we're hearing the what I'm assuming is global with you.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break. We are going to all attend roll call now, and I will hand it over to our clerk, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone who sent me a message saying that they weren't going to be in attendance, but an alternate delegate would be in attendance. I think I've captured everyone. I'm going to start from reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin. Oh, thank you, Marlene. Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Natasha Smith.
Doesn't work.
Lisa Smith.
Lisa's there. I can see her on the screen.
Yes, Lisa Smith.
I'm present. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was busy. I wasn't watching the clock.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Mert Servatius. Kelly Sears.
Here.
Dan Pope. Valerie Pace.
Here.
Lana Olson. Nope, this one. Denny Paquette.
Present.
Welcome, Denny. Corey Nosiski. Walter Minot.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Here.
Richard Lewis.
Present.
Anthony Creelo.
Present.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Here.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet. Phoebe Goulet.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Cheryl Dodmond.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sean Davern.
Here.
Jeff Crozier.
Present to Rooney.
Alana Copeland. Nicole Corson.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Ron Karan. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Miranda Berard.
Present.
Rob Anderson.
Present.
Melanie Allard.
Present.
Dave Allard.
Present.
Tom Adams.
Present.
Thank you. Is there anyone that I missed? Okay, hearing none, I confirm that we have a quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Before we carry on, we are going to just step back to the last resolution, excuse me, UB1, and I'll have Mr. Beaker address that resolution.
Yes, thank you. Vote, the votes that were announced and the votes required to pass that were announced before the break were incorrect due to my poor math skills. There were 40 votes cast, which and for 75% in favor would require 30 votes cast. So we had 35 in favor and 5 abstentions. So the resolution passes, but I had originally said that we needed 28 votes to pass, so that was a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Before we move on to the first resolution, Resolution 1, we've had a request from Minister De Jager to have our new president from the Vancouver Sea to Sky Association introduce himself. So it is my pleasure to turn a little bit of time over here to Mr. Rob Anderson. So Rob, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rob Anderson. I am Red River Métis with the names Anderson, Sinclair, Cook, and many others. And I really want to thank everyone here for your overwhelming acceptance of the Vancouver Sea to Sky today. It's been a really exciting summer of working together with the interim board, and we now have a permanent board in place, and we are ready to build a community in a good way. So again, thank you very much for your kind words in the notes and all the texts and stuff that I've received so far. And I'm really looking forward to working with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I will now turn the speaking over to Mr. Beaker to introduce Resolution 1.
Thank you. Resolution 1, the subject is the 2S LGBTQIA+ Act. This will affect the Constitution, the MNGA Act, and the Electoral Act. This was submitted by the Region 1 Director to the Clerk on June 12, 2023, and it will require a 75% vote to approve. Whereas the 2S LGBTQIA+ have a desire to organize themselves, the Two Spirit, Two Worlds report has identified statistics on the overrepresentation of egregious harms being endured by our 2S LGBTQIA+ citizens. Advocacy and resources are necessary to address the inequity faced by the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ voice at the Métis Nation Governing Assembly would be beneficial to the entire Métis Nation. Be it resolved that a 2S LGBTQIA+ Act be created with the intention of installing an elected 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council comprised of an elected provincial 2S LGBTQIA+ representative and an elected regional 2S LGBTQIA+ representative from each Métis Nation of British Columbia region. The attached 2S LGBTQIA+ Act attached as Appendix A as presented be adopted and enacted as the governing legislation for the purpose stated in A above for Métis Nation of British Columbia. Métis Nation British Columbia will endeavor to secure funding for a staff position to support the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. The Métis Nation British Columbia Constitution be amended as follows. In Article 29, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia and add "and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article so that it will read, the Métis Nation Governing Assembly shall be comprised of the elected presidents or vice presidents of communities, the elected regional directors of the MMBC, the elected president and vice president of the MMBC, the elected chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, the elected chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Insert a new Article 34.7 as follows. 34.7, they are no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 60, strike the word "and" following the words "Regional Director of the MMBC" and insert "and the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council Regional Representative" at the end of the sentence, so it shall read, "There shall be formed in each region a regional governance council comprised of the presidents of the communities in each region, the Métis Youth of British Columbia Regional Representative, Regional Director of the MMBC, the Métis Women of British Columbia Regional Representative, and the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council Regional Representative. The Regional Director of the MMBC shall be the non-voting chairperson of the Regional Governance Council." In Article 66, strike all instances of "he" or "she" and insert "they" in its place, so that will read, "Any person seeking federal government or provincial government elected office shall take an unpaid leave of absence from any elected position that they may hold with the MMBC, MNGA, and Senate, community or subsidiary board, commission, or committee at the close of nominations. Any person elected to federal government or provincial government elected office shall resign from any elected position that they may hold with the MMBC, MNGA, Senate, community, or subsidiary board, commission, or committee, and renumber all sections and subsections of the Constitution accordingly. And the Métis Nation British Columbia Electoral Act be amended as follows. In Article 3.5, strike the words "and" or prior to the words "the Métis Youth" and insert a comma and add "and" or the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia," so that will read, "By-election means an election to replace or fill a vacancy in the MMBC Board of Directors, the Métis Women of British Columbia, the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and or the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council when such vacancy exists as a result of lack of nominations for candidacy at an election or is created by the removal, resignation, or disqualification of the person previously holding the office as set out in Article 23 of the Constitution." In Article 3.7, strike the word "and" following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and add "regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article, so that it will read, "Candidate means a person who is nominated and qualified to compete for an office in the Métis Nation British Columbia election for president, vice president, regional director, chairperson, and regional youth representative of Métis Youth of British Columbia, chairperson and regional representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and the chairperson and regional representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council." In Article 3.11, strike the word "and" following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and insert a comma in its place and add "and the chairperson and regional representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia," so that it will read, "Elections means an election or by-election called by the Métis Nation British Columbia for the election of a president, vice president, regional directors, chairperson, regional youth representative of Métis Youth of British Columbia, chairperson, regional representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and the chairperson and regional representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council as set out in the Métis Nation British Columbia Constitution." In Article 3.15, the sentence, "Any self-identifying 2S LGBTQIA plus Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, British Columbia," to the end of the article, so that it will read, "Elector means a Métis citizen who, pursuant to the Métis Nation British Columbia's Constitution, is no less than 18 years of age as of the date of the election, has been registered as a Métis citizen pursuant to the Métis Nation British Columbia Citizenship Act, and has resided in British Columbia for a minimum of 12 months for a provincial office or 6 months for voting in regional offices. Any female Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Women of British Columbia. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia. Any self-identifying 2S LGBTQIA plus Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council of British Columbia. In Article 3.16, strike the word "or" following the words "WBC Regional Representative" and insert a comma in its place and add or 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial governing council representative following the words MYBC regional representative so that it will read. Interim appointee means a person who is appointed to fill a vacancy on the board of directors or an MWBC regional representative, MYBC regional representative, or a 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial governing council representative on an interim basis pursuant to the provisions of Article 46 of the Constitution. Add the following to Article 6.2 as indicated. H, Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus representative for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council for the region in which the elector is entitled to vote, being a self-identified 2S LGBTQIA plus and 18 years of age or older. For greater certainty, identification of Métis 2S LGBTQIA plus persons for the purposes of voting and seeking elected office will not be kept by Métis Nation British Columbia, and ballots will be open to all eligible voters respond to voluntarily if they self-identify as 2S LGBTQIA plus. Add the following as Article 6.3E. Any Métis citizen who self-identifies as 2S LGBTQIA plus and is 18 years of age or older may vote for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. Add the following as Article 6.4E. Individuals who are not 2S LGBTQIA plus 18 years of age and older on election day for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 7.3, strike the second sentence in its entirety and insert the following in its place. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated and official candidates for a vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and the Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. So that Article 7.3 will read, on or before the 39th day before the election day, the Chief Electoral Officer shall submit to each nominated and official candidate for a vacancy in the office of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia and the Métis Women of British Columbia, and 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council Chairperson, a copy of the provincial list of electors. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated and official candidates for a vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In addition, a copy of the applicable community list of electors will be provided to each Métis community. Strike Article 7.6A and insert the following in its place. And the Chief Electoral Officer shall submit a copy of the provincial list of electors to each nominated and official candidate for President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated and official candidates for a vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.2, strike the words and following the words Métis Youth British Columbia and add and regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council following the words women's representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia so that it will read. Nominations of all candidates for the office of President, Vice President, Regional Directors, Chairperson, or Regional Youth Representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson, Regional Women's Representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and Chairperson, Regional Representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council shall be received in writing or electronically no less than 40 days prior to the date of the election by the Chief Electoral Officer at a location to be specified in a notice by Chief Electoral Officer. Add the following after Article 8.3D. Any self-identified 2S LGBTQIA plus Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may seek elected office on the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.3F, strike the words or following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and insert or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council following the words Métis Women of British Columbia so that it will read. If they are seeking to be nominated as candidate for a Regional Director, Regional Youth Representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Regional Women's Representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Representative on the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, and have been a resident of the Métis community of the region they are seeking nomination for no less than 6 months. In Article 8.5, strike the words "and" following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia," and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia," so that I will read. All nominations for regional directors, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council shall include. Add the following as 8.5D, a minimum of 3 signatures of electors who reside in the region for which the candidate seeks to be nominated, who are not signatories of another candidate's nomination papers for the same position, and who are eligible to vote in the election in which a candidate for the regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council seeks to be nominated. In Article 8.7, strike the word "or" following the word "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia," so that it will read: no Métis citizen may accept or place a nomination for a position on the Métis Nation British Columbia Board of Directors, the Métis Youth of British Columbia, the Métis Women of British Columbia, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council if that person is or was at any time during the 1-year period prior to the date of the election a director or officer of another provincial Métis body or association other than a Métis community, whereby being a director or officer the candidate would constitute circumstances in which a real potential or apprehended conflict of interest would arise. The Chief Electoral Officer shall determine whether circumstances exist under a real potential or apprehended conflict of interest would arise. In Article 13.2, strike the word "or" following the word "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia," so that it will read: if a candidate for regional director, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council dies after the close of nominations and prior to closing of the polling stations on election day, the election shall be held. In Article 19.2, strike the words "or" following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the first instances of the word "Secretariat British Columbia," and comma "or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" shall be following the second instance, so that Article 19.2 will read: each ballot shall be printed in the English language and shall contain the name of the candidates, which shall be arranged with the candidates for the offices of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women's Secretariat British Columbia, or Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council located first and arranged alphabetically in order of their surnames. The candidates for regional director, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women's Secretariat British Columbia, or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council shall be located second and arranged alphabetically in the order of their surnames. In Article 38.2b, strike the words "or" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia," and add "or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article, so that it will read: the candidate has been nominated to contest the position of regional director, regional representative for the Métis Women of British Columbia, MWBC, regional youth representative or the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or regional representative for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, and renumber all articles and sub-articles of the Electoral Act accordingly. That the MNGA Act be amended as follows. In Article 2.16, strike the acronym BCMUYC and insert MYBC in its place so that Article 2.16 will read: Métis Nation British Columbia, MNBC, means the organization which is comprised of the regional directives, directors, the executive, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, chairperson from Métis Women of British Columbia, and chairperson of the MIBC, and which represents the Métis citizens for the purposes of this act, will be referred to as the MNBC. Add the following as Article 9.1.9, 9.1.9, 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governing Council Report. In Article 12.2, strike the words or following the words MWBC regional representative and add or the regional representative for the 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial governance council at the end of the article, so that will read. The MNGA shall, at the request of the MNBC in accordance with Article 46 of the MNBC Constitution, receive nominations for the appointment of an MNBC director, except for the office of president, to fill vacancies on the MNBC board of directors, MWBC regional representative, MYBC regional representative, or the regional representative for the 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial governance council. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. Thank you for reading that long document for us. Do I have a mover for this resolution?
I so move.
Seconder?
I will second. Fab Goulet.
I think,
Oh, somebody beat.
It's okay. However you want to make it go.
okay, thank you. Any discussion? I will, Mr. Massey, do you still have your hand up for discussion? Okay.
I do.
Patrick? Go ahead, Patrick. Thank you.
Thanks. And yeah, kudos, John. That was a long stretch. Yeah, so as it says in the whereas, and I'll just reinforce that, the 2S LGBTQIA plus have a desire to organize themselves. I know that my constituents in my region have made that very clear, and I'm bringing this back to the table. It's very clear also that there's a egregious overrepresentation of the harms being endured by our Two-Spirit community, and that advocacy and organizing is necessary to combat that. I also want to point out that as this is presented is very similar to how the Women's Council and the Youth Council were created. And I firmly believe that changes to our governance should be deliberate incremental steps to ensure success. What has been presented here is actually accelerated from that previous process where this accounts for a seat at the MNGA by a provincial chair that is voted on from within the regional representatives. So I'm in favor of this, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. I would like to ask Minister Davern to address the Assembly, please.
Yeah, hi there, Sean Devon, Provincial Youth Chair. I do appreciate Patrick bringing that up, because as written, I am just a little bit concerned under F, and this may just be need to be a point of information or clarification, but I don't actually see that they would have that vote at the MNGA. That might be my misunderstanding there, or an oversight potentially. But yeah, I know that at the beginning of the resolution, it does put out that that they would have that, but like, you know, have that regional position. But I'm just curious on the, I believe it's F. If I could get some clarification, please.
Thank you. I'll pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And I think that we put up her hand for the same thing there, Minister Davern. The section D in the be it resolved that proposes to change the Constitution to define the MNGA as elected presidents or vice presidents of communities, elected regional directors of the MNBC, president, vice president, chairperson of MWBC and MYBC, and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial governance council. But then we go down to the end of the resolution where we put the amendments into the MNGA Act, and there is something missing there. Article 3.1 of the MNGA Act states what the MNGA is composed of, and it takes the language from the Constitution from that. So it would be my suggestion that we add an amendment to this resolution to amend Article 3.1 of the MNGA Act to add the 2S LGBTQIA plus provincial chairperson to emulate what is being proposed to be added into the Constitution.
If it's okay with everybody, I would like to move that amendment just so that we're all on the same page and that it's bulletproof.
I'd like to second that because that was the intent. It was a very long document, so sorry if I missed something.
I totally appreciate that. Yeah, as soon as you start like doing constitutional stuff, you're like, oh man.
I'm just going to seek a procedural clarification here. So just hold on.
I think Patrick's last name has an A in it, not E.
I would second June's comment.
Thank you. We haven't had 5 speakers yet, so unless there's unless there's unanimous consent, then we will not move ahead at this time. So we need unanimous consent at this point. If I've written down names of people who've put up their hand to speak, so if you could just put your hands down for the time being, and I can just check and see if we've got consent. If there are any objections to raising this new amendment, please raise your hand. Director Hooper, is your hand is raised in objection? Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are going to move ahead with the added amendment, given that we have no objections. And I will return to my speakers list and President Allard.
Yeah, hi everyone. David Allard, Seminar Media Association. Yeah, I support this. I commend Director Harriet in writing this and proposing it. He must be relieved that he just managed to squeak it in before the November deadline. I do have a question and quick question, and as well, I'd like to submit a very quick amendment, but I can wait till it's like people have spoken to this first. The question would relate to, in theory, the election could or will happen, and say after the. I'm trying to sort this out. If this passes here, it will go to the AGM, and then it'll become part of our constitution, so on and so forth. So, in light of the potential for the date of the next provincial election, is there a likelihood that this position would be incorporated in the next election? And okay, I see a head shaking. So in that case, what is the mechanism for a by-election, timelines and procedures? I'm curious to that point, as well as the amendment I'd like to submit in a little bit here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Allard. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Beaker. Thank you.
So it's a very interesting question, President Allard. Thanks for bringing that up. The Constitution states that we need to hold a by-election for a vacant position within 120 days of the vacancy occurring. So, and I'm trying to rack my brain as to when we set the date for the AGM, but it was late in September, and more than likely it's going to be immediately after the general election. So should this be adopted at the September AGM, that would start the clock of 120 days at that point. So we would be looking at an election over December, January 2020, 2024, 25.
Thank you. A by-election. Thank you.
President Pace, would you still like to address the Assembly? Okay, in which case I'll move on. President Lewis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully and without prejudice on behalf of my community, I will be voting no to this resolution as it stands right now. We believe that representation for all Métis people is already being addressed by way of the current elected members without bias. The wording of after 2SLGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council seems to be implying a second governing body, and I see that Patrick has defined it as the MNGA. Is that correct? And it's not a second governing body. Also, being not up to date on proper pronouns, changing the wording in the Métis Nation British Columbia Constitution outlined it in be it resolved that paragraph D, subparagraph D, changing he and she to they. I refer to myself as he, not as they, and feel that by changing it to they, it is not identifying me as he. And I'm wondering if it would be more practical that the community believes, my community believes that striking a committee of self-identified 2SLGBTQIA plus members to address and put forward concerns to the governing body would be more practical. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lewis. I'll move on to Director Hooper.
So thank you. Just a couple of questions. Richard Lewis, I would almost say ditto to what you had to say. I agree with a lot of what you did say. A couple of questions, Patrick kind of answered it for me when I sent him a message. So when the youth and the women's council committee were at the beginning and forming, does anybody recall way back when how long it took for them to get a voting member at the MNGA or at a women's chairperson, to see how long it would take? And then within discussion in some of my region up here, my communities, it's kind of a mixed mixed thoughts. And part of it was, some of the thought was to get a council, to get a LGBTQ, I apologize if I'm not saying it all totally correctly, but get a committee formed, get something formed first, then have a seat at the MNGA. And as a regional director, I represent everybody, all peoples. So just saying that, I thank you.
Thank you, Director Hooper. I'm going to ask John to step in and address some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I cannot answer the question as to when the Women's or Youth Council was formed and then had a seat at the MNGA. I can answer Mr. Lewis's question about the change from he or she to they. That's actually a part of the Constitution that was overlooked from a previous resolution at an MNGA where where the Assembly agreed to change any references from he, she, him, or her to they, them, and their. So that was a clerical error on our end, why it's still in there. So whether or not that part of this will pass in this piece of legislation, it will be corrected as it's already been decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Director Gervais, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The resolution that was put together really good. It was a long one, and that says what it says. I think it, like you were saying before, it follows along with the women and youth and stuff. I'm just wondering if we have to make a decision by the public, the average citizen going into an AGM, if it was enough time to be able to transfix in most people's minds of all that's put together for this. And I know it has been went out in the communities for a while, but it's, to me, it's just a community. Does a community know enough to make an honest decision or the right decision they want to make?
Thank you. President Byrd, please go ahead.
Thank you, Caitlin Bird, President of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I want to start by saying that there is a committee, a province-wide committee. However, they don't have a space to bring anything forward to the MNGA, which is why we want something along these lines. So I want to thank Patrick Harriott for bringing this forward once more. The difference in this, and once there's enough speakers, I will be also proposing an amendment. The difference is that this is only for a space at the MNGA and regional and provincial sort of representation, but not at the MNBC board level as it's currently proposed. Unfortunately, the current one that has been brought forward, there wasn't any consultation with the community, with the 2S LGBTQI+ community in bringing this one forward as it is. The community that I've spoken to in our council really would like board representation as well. So thank you, Patrick, for bringing this forward. We appreciate that step. However, we will be requesting to take it one step farther. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something before you go ahead real quick, if that's okay?
No, Walter, I'll put you down on the speakers list though.
Just to answer the one question when the youth and the women were bring in.
Yes, I'll allow that. Thank you.
Okay, when they first were brought in, it was passed at an MNGA, and then they were appointed amongst themselves. They appointed their leader for the first one that sat on the provincial board, and then there was an election on the following election afterwards.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll move on now to President DeRoche.
You're muted, President DeRoche.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. It's very well done. I just have a couple of questions, and one of them is on G, where it says any Métis citizen who self-identifies as 2S LGBTQIA+ and is 18 years of older may vote for the 2S LGBTQIA+ and Provincial Governance Council. So my question was just for self-identifying itself. Is that allowed? My other question was this vote that we're taking here, is this just to move it to the AGM so that more people can vote for it? Or do we vote for it and it becomes legal now? I'm not too clear on how that works. Is this just to move it forward to be voted on by all communities?
I will ask Mr. Thank you. I will ask Mr. Beaker to address your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This would be to move it to the AGM for a ratification vote by citizens, as with any other piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Vice President Paquette, go ahead, please.
Hello. So mine is a comment. So it is my understanding that what we're trying to bring is a more level representation of all peoples in the more traditional sense of Métis folk. Unfortunately, we are not dealing with a level structure. We are dealing with a hierarchical structure here. And as we add, because honestly, I don't have anything against more people having more say, but as we add these particular groups, we are upsetting a balance, all right? Because in order to bring some voices forward, some voices move back and all of that. And unfortunately, what we are doing is we are working with a hierarchical structure. So this causes imbalances and has a potential to create a lot of toxicity at community levels as well as at regional and provincial levels. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Vice President Minot, I'll invite you to speak, please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if I still had my hand up. I was just to make that one point. But to speak, I do speak in favor of this resolution as written. I believe we give, everybody that voice to be able to speak on behalf of whoever they represent. And I strongly am in favor of this resolution as written.
Thank you. President Graham, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, June Graham, Alberni, Clayoquot, Métis. I speak in favor of this. Respectfully, I just want to make a note. Two of my colleagues ahead of me have both shared that they're clearly not aware of the language that's used. And I see that as an example of how can we represent somebody when we don't fully understand it? Okay, so I'm a president, and I have been for more years than I can even remember anymore. I cannot honestly say that I would represent the 2SLGBTQIA plus community to what they deserve. And so does that mean I should vote no or against it? All I'm saying is we need to look at this, and we're in 2023. What is wrong? Why are we stumbling on this? If we cannot represent all our people fairly and clearly, then get someone in there that can, because they deserve it as much as everybody else. So I strongly support this. It's time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. President Wells, please go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank everybody who has taken the time to have discussion about this, because this is how we learn, is by having discussions and bringing these things forward. So first of all, Patrick, great work. I appreciate all the time you've put into this. I think it needs to be a little bit stronger as a two-spirit person, but as a community president, I'm taking my personal bias out of this. And I want to ask all of you leaders, and President Graham has said something kind of important too, as well, as how can you represent somebody if you don't understand them, first of all. Second of all, I want to ask you all, will this be good for our children moving forward? Because is that not why we're all here? Is to represent our children and the people coming after us. We're supposed to be walking in a good way, setting those footprints down so that we can all move forward together. We ask for Métis specific data. We are part of your communities. We are part of that. So when we're asking for distinct services for Métis people, guess what? We're part of those people. We're part of that money pool that you guys keep asking for as leaders and people who sit up there. So I'm asking you all to really take a really good look at this. And why, if the women took and the youth took years and years and years, why would we want our children to do this? And why would we want anybody else in our community to have to go through this and say, prove yourselves, prove yourselves, prove yourselves? I think as leaders, that is a wrong message to be sending out here to our nation. And again, I'm taking my personal biasness out of this as being a two-spirit person, because as this is written, I don't agree with this, because I still feel a little bit from my personal perspective that this is sort of, here's a little bit, but you don't get it all. So that's just my personal perspective on it. But as a community president, I'm asking myself, when I go into my community and I see those children, am I doing the best thing for the next generation coming behind me? Because right now, if all of you vote no, I would have to say you're not.
Thank you, President Wells. President Byrd, we're just going to have 2 speakers ahead of you, and then, or 3 now, and we'll come back to you. Thank you. President Smith, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, we did have a informal Women and Youth Committee prior to the acts being introduced, and we have had a standing committee, an LGBTQIS plus committee. So I'd like to just add to what President Byrd said. I remember when the Women and Youth Act was first introduced, and I was cautioned not to vote in favor for it by somebody who I actually really admired as a bit of a role model. And I didn't vote against it. But I just want to point out some of the troubles we've had over the years with the women and youth. It's very hard to keep the positions filled. Quite often things do go awry, but I mean, that's in the past. But once the Women and Youth Act was passed, it that is when they were voted in. The chair had a space at the board table and the MNGA. I'm just a bit concerned why we aren't going for an LGBTQIS plus act that would incorporate all of this. Another real concern I have is something President Byrd said, and that the committee was not, or the LGBTQIS plus persons that have been working on that was not consulted on these amendments. And I'm just very concerned about why this is not being put forward. I know we have many on the line, many members of the LGBTQIS plus committee. So those are some of my concerns. You know, and I'm really torn about this, because I think it should come forward as an act, which would then make all the appropriate changes to the legislation and constitution as well. But that's just, you know, my opinion and my experience from being on the board for so many years. I am in favor of this in principle, but I'm just not sure about the process. And for me, I think it's you know, it needs to be done properly, and I'm hearing a lot of concerns, but I do support this. You know, however, I want to say, I want to remind everybody, let's be kind to each other. We have people on here with differing views, and that's the way it is, and that's how it'll always be. We're not always going to agree. However, when I abstained from this similar resolution before the amendments were made, I was made to feel like I was shamed, I was bullied by certain people for abstaining, and I don't think that's acceptable. So please don't do this to each other. That's very toxic, and lateral violence should not be tolerated at any time. So I just had to say a few things. I am in favor of the intent, but I'm not in favor of the process as it stands right now. Thank you.
Sorry, some technical difficulties there. Go ahead, Minister Jager, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Pixie. You had some really good words there. Where do I begin? Well, I'm chair of the 2S LGBTQIA plus committee. this is the body that wanted that to happen. So here we are. And it's just the stats are just overwhelming. And I know we did a study, 74% of 2S LGBTQI A+ Métis report being diagnosed with some type of mental health conditions. We know, and we've been here and we've said the stats over and over. And I don't know what the big harm is. Like, just take it to the General Assembly. Let the people decide what's best for the people. As far as like reorganizing, I think this is a good start. Is it everything? No, but that's politics, and that's kind of the way we move legislation. But at least by passing this, we've made room. And we've made room for the conversation like we're having here, which I think is great dialogue. And we're going to have time to do the education. This will get everything started in communities, region by community, to lower those stats. I think that's probably the main goal of the committee that you had asked to form is to make life better. So kids run to their culture, they don't run away from it. I think this is this as it is a start to make that happen. So I hope that you let it pass this format and go in front of the people. The people will decide what's best for the people, not us. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Please, President Berg, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Caitlin Berg, President of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I would like to propose some amendments that would allow a 2S LGBTQI+ position to be at the MNBC board as well. I've sent the amendments to Nicole and John, and based on some of the previous comments and conversation, it sounds like there's greater support for this conversation, this importance of this role, and the importance of having a voice for the 2S LGBTQI+ folks in our governance system. So I really would appreciate folks in considering taking that next step and looking at having a position on the board as well as at the MNGA, and allowing the citizens of MNBC to decide upon that at our next AGM. Nicole and John, let me know if you have received those and can bring those up. I have sent a document that has what Patrick has, and then it has and highlights the additions that would just add that board position.
Thank you, President Byrd. We're going to go ahead and display the amendments, and then we'll ask for a seconder. Okay, we're going to have Mr. Beaker read out the amendments.
So we'll read out the highlighted parts, which is what is being proposed to amend. So starting with the Constitution, in Article 12, we're going to insert the words elected representative for 2S LGBTQI+ Provincial Governance Council before the words the President and the Vice President. Change all instances of elected representative to elected chairperson, and strike the words 11 and insert the words 12 in its place. So Article 12 will read, subject to the provisions of Article 46, the MNBC shall be comprised of the 7 elected regional directors, the elected chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, elected chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and that should read, and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Oh no, my mistake. The president and vice president for a total of 12 members. Excuse me, and then insert a new Article 23.6 as follows. They are no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Moving along. New Article 39. Any Métis citizen who self-identifies as 2S LGBTQIA+ and is of 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Article 41, strike the word and following the words Métis Women of British Columbia and insert the words and the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council at the end of the article. So it will read, President and Vice President of the MNBC, the Chairperson for the Métis Women of British Columbia, the Chairperson for the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council of the Métis Nation of British Columbia shall be elected by a provincial-wide ballot. Add the following as Article 46.3. In the case of a vacancy in the position of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council Chairperson, an interim chairperson will be recommended to the MNGA by the Board of Directors on the advice of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. And then in the Electoral Act, in Article 3.4, we strike the word "and" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia" and insert "and the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article. So it will read: Board of Directors means the governing body of the MNBC made up of the President, Vice President, Regional Directors, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Are we okay? We're still on the Electoral Act, yes? Okay, still in the Electoral Act, in Article 8.4, strike the word "and" following the word "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "to follow" at the end of the article, and insert comma "and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia." So that will read: all nominations for the positions of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council shall include.
Could I ask the clerk to speak up? I can barely hear.
Oh, is
Thank
that
you.
better? Oh,
That's much better. Thank you.
okay. Thank you for that. Add the following as Article 8.4E, a minimum of 10 original signatures of 2S LGBTQIA+ electors who reside in the province of British Columbia who are not signatories of another candidate's nomination papers for the same position and who are eligible to vote in the election at which the candidate seeks to be nominated for the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Is there more? Yes, there is. Article 8.6, strike the word "or" following the words "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" to the end of the article. So that will read: a candidate may not accept a nomination for more than one position on the MNBC Board of Directors, Métis Youth of British Columbia, the Métis Women of British Columbia, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Article 3.1, strike the words "or" following the word "Métis Youth of British Columbia" and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia." So that will read: if a candidate for the position of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council dies after the close of nominations and prior to closing of the polling stations on election day, the election shall be held. Article 38.2.a, strike the words "or" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia" and add "or the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article. So that will read: the candidate has been nominated to contest the position of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Article 38.2b, strike the words "or" following the words "Métis Women of British Columbia" and add "or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article, so that it will read: the candidate has been nominated to contest the position of Regional Director, Regional Representative for the Métis Women of British Columbia, Regional Youth Representative for the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or Regional Representative for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Renumber all articles and sub-articles of the Electoral Act accordingly. And then should be a new paragraph, but the bylaws of the Métis Provincial Council of British Columbia be amended as follows. In Article 1, add the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council representative, chairperson following the words "Métis Youth," provincial representative to the definition board or board of directors. So that will read: board or board of directors means directors of the Métis Nation British Columbia, the MNBC, which are the MNBC president, vice president, Métis Women's provincial representative, Métis Youth provincial representative, the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council regional representative / chairperson, and the regional directors. In Article 4.8C, insert or is no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council at the end of the article, so that will read, ceases to be the president of the MNBC or is no longer the vice president of the MNBC or is no longer regional director of the MNBC or is no longer the chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia or is no longer the chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia or is no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. Then the MNGA Act will be amended so that Article 2.6 will read MNBC means the organization which is comprised of the regional representatives, the executive, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, chairperson from the Métis Women of British Columbia, chairperson of the MIBC, and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQI plus Provincial Governance Council, and which represents the Métis citizens, and for the purposes of this act will be referred to as the MNBC. There you go. Pretty simple amendment, if you think about it.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We do have a seconder from President Pixie Wells.
Yes, I second this motion.
Thank you, Pixie. We will now speak to this amendment. I will go back to the list that I've kept in place here. And if you wish not to speak at this time, please just lower your hand. Next up, I have President Allard.
Yeah, I support this. I just have a question to the timelines for this. Once again, it relates to the election, potential election date. And could we bring up section P, I think it is, on the screen? So my question refers to that as well. So once again, I support this, similar to when it was essentially presented to us earlier in the year. That section is no Métis citizen may accept or place a nomination. It goes on for a bit. If they, at any time during the 1 year period prior to the date of the election, they were a director or officer of another provincial Métis body or association. Anyway, the question is, how would that be applied? So this has to be approved by the AGM, presuming it moves forward. I'm guessing that section would not be retroactive. I'm just seeking confirmation for that. Section P, I think it is. If there is one. Yeah, that's the one down there, yeah. Just down a little bit.
Mr. Beaker, would you like to address?
Yeah, and first off, could you scroll it up a bit? Section P is not showing on the screen anymore. P as in provolone.
It's we just had it there. It's the one that addresses the fact that someone.
Sorry. So
yeah.
Tom. Okay, gotcha.
That's the one. U.
Yes.
Section U.
So, Mr. Beaker, President Byrd would like to address the questions regarding the amendments. Are you okay if she goes ahead? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because Mr. Allard is going to have to re-ask his question anyway, because now I am confused. So go ahead, Caitlin, I suppose.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, it's a lot of amendments. Thank you again, John, for reading out those amendments. The intention of the amendment is, as I mentioned before, to have a board representative. I'll note too that prior to putting these amendments forward, our 2S LGBTQI+ Council put out a quick survey across the province asking if people are in support of such amendments and such a resolution. The response was that there is 50 in favor and 1 not. Of those, 43 who voted were Two-Spirit or identified as Two-Spirit, and 8 identified as not being Two-Spirit. So we have done some consultation. This was sent out broadly through MNBC communication channels and received some support broadly from MNBC citizens beyond the MNGA. So I wanted to add that context and reiterate that all those amendments mean just having an MNBC board member, and MNBC boards are mentioned in various legislation and throughout the various legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, President Byrd. I will pass it on to Mr. Beaker.
Sorry, and actually, I'd like President Dollar to clarify a bit of what his questions were around that. I think I have it now that I've read it about 3 times. So if you could just restate it again, please.
Yeah, if we can center the bottom of the page so it can be slightly more highlighted. If we can just scroll up a bit. So it says, at any time during the 1-year period prior to the date of the election, a director or officer of another provincial Métis body or association, etc., would constitute a circumstances where they would not be eligible to be on the board. So would that be if this is passed at the AGM, that be applied retroactively to the election nomination process or not? Well, this is presuming similar timelines of election date that was brought up just recently here. And I can give a theoretical as to what I mean, but I think you get the gist, right?
No, I do understand your question now, and thank you for clarifying that, President Allard. Article 8.7, as is on the screen, aside from the proposed addition of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, is in legislation already. So that already applies to anyone running for a seat, a provincially elected seat, or a seat elected under the Electoral Act. So should a 2S LGBTQIA+ governance council be created with this resolution and the act being adopted at the AGM should pass today, with that being created, the requirements to be a candidate in the elections for the new council would apply still, much as they already apply to all of the other councils as well.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. Much appreciated.
Thank you, President Allard. Thank you, Mr. Beaker. President Byrd, did you want to add to that? Okay, thank you. I'll add you to the list. Could we please move now to Director Gervais, please? Yeah. Okay. We will move on to President Smith.
I don't think I had my hand up, Madam Chair.
Okay. Had you on my original list. Thank you, President Smith.
Okay, thank you.
President Crozier, did you want to speak? I still have you down on my list.
Yes, 1 second here. Let me get my camera on. So, and this may be out of order, and please let me know if it is. I'm in favor of this. I especially appreciate President Wells' comment, and I believe Minister Harriet, with "It's our children." We're actually planning this for the future, and so I can totally appreciate that. My concern is that we are potentially putting in place another ministry where there is the potential for lateral violence. In my short tenure as president in the last year, I've witnessed some lateral violence towards our regional director, Minister Fisher, as a minister, as an elder, and it's coming from a youth position, and there seems to be no recourse for that action. And so I'm concerned, and this is a separate example, but I'm just afraid that by putting another ministry in place, albeit a noble one and one that is right, that we're just giving ourselves the opportunity to have more lateral violence without recourse. And I hesitated to bring this up at this point because I'm not sure, but if this is a different issue, then so be it. But I just wanted to bring that up. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Minister Fisher, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff. Yeah, that would be a concern that I would have. However, I do want to say that I do want to support this. And the reason is I want us all to just take a step back, that we as Métis people still are not recognized. Not federally, not provincially, and not even within our own society. So I also want you to think, and this is a very heavy and it's a very uncomfortable conversation for many of us. And I love the fact that people are being really respectful and hearing each other out here. So in order for me to get to a place to understand this, I don't know if you have seen the Two Worlds and Two Spirit. There was a 2S LGBTQIA plus Métis and inclusion survey that was done in February, completed in February 2023. And I just want to read out some of the stats. 78.9% of the youth reported having experienced suicidal idealization. 89.5% have struggled with their mental illness at least sometimes. And 31.6% of our youth reported issues with substance abuse. So then I have to take a step back and I have to think about my own family. What happens if I have one of my children come forward? Number one, would I accept them? Number two, would I want them to be accepted by other people? 3, would I want them to be protected? And number 4, would I want them to have a voice? And I can answer yes to all those. And when I take it down to my grandchildren, I can answer it yes, yes, yes. I think with the right policies and things as we go along through this process and learn from our mistakes, because there are definitely holes. We're not perfect. But I just really think at this time, we are losing our youth to incredible things that we didn't have to deal with. And I want us to keep that in mind. I want our youth and our people, our citizens, to be able to be who they are. So I will be voting in favor of this.
Thank you, Minister Fisher. Chair recognizes Vice President Walter Minot, please.
Thank you. I'm just trying to unmute myself. I'm also going to speak in favor of this. I believe MNBC in the province of British Columbia have been trendsetters since we began. Our nation has been put forward. We were the first ones to bring a youth on board at the provincial level. We were also the first ones to recognize the women of the voice, not just at the provincial level, but at the national level. You know, I think it is. This is the time that we need to support all our people, everybody within our nation, and I believe everybody needs a voice and deserves a voice. And seeing a lot of the stuff that's been going on over the years when it comes to discrimination and ridicule, you know, a lot of us have lived that. We've seen it. We don't want this to happen to our children going forward. We want them to have a voice, regardless of who they're speaking for. And as leaders, we should be speaking for everybody, our whole nation. And by allowing this seat to move forward, we are doing that. We're bringing the voice of all our people forward and allowing it to be heard. And we are protecting our children at the same time. So I am in favor of moving this forward. And again, it'll still have to pass at the AGM, and our people will have that choice. So I believe it is a right of our leadership to bring this voice to the people and allow them to have it, allow them to make that decision. So again, I am strongly in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Harriet, please go ahead.
So the reason I brought forward this resolution again, this amended resolution, is because I see the need there. And absolutely, when you look at the report, the statistics are alarming. I'm someone that does a lot of thinking when it comes to governance and how we should govern ourselves. And as I said previously, I'd like to see measured steps so that it can be solid, so that there's success as we move forward. So I'd like to see how the voters list to self-identify, to choose these representatives plays out. This is the first time that this is being done in the Métis Nation, or in any Métis Nation that I've seen. So I just want to ensure success, and for me, that's measured change. It'll allow for a voice, and with a voice at the MNGA. So I still feel like this is the best way to ensure success. So that's why I will be voting against the amendment and in favor of the original resolution.
Thank you. President Wells, please go ahead.
Again, I'm going to vote in favor of the change to this resolution for a number of reasons. I think many of you have spoke on it. This isn't, about me being two-spirit. This is about our children and our walk forward and making sure that everybody is seen and heard at the table. And again, as we move forward, and one of the things that it keeps being brought up is, the resurgence, and we're talking, our two-spirit people have, been forgotten for so long, and our voices have not been heard in many, many things. Our two-spirit stories for people who went to residential institutions still haven't been told. Those stories are still not documented. And we're not going to get those documented again, unless, again, I'm not saying that we're not going to get that happening, but I believe that we need a seat at the table for our youth, our children, our people to understand that they have a voice, they are part of community, no matter what anybody says, and that they are valued in community. As we move forward, there's a lot of things going on with resurgence and understanding the two-spirit identity. We were a piece, we were in community. We were a tool used in community. This is not about our sexual orientation. This is about returning home and our cultural connection to community and what role we play in community. This has nothing to do with who we all sleep with. This has to do with our resurgence and our coming home to community and allowing our children to come home.
Thank you, President Wells. Would Minister Flamont please go ahead?
Well, thank you very much. I took my hand down because everybody was actually saying what I wanted to say, but I totally will support the amendment. What President Pixie Wells just said about, being able to be seen and heard. And I really believe that this nation is built on equality and fairness. And I think this is a way that we can make that truth, that we need everybody at the seat at the table to be able to vote. I'm not comfortable, speaking about these issues just because I don't know them, but I definitely think that a representative on the board would be able then to be able to speak on them, and I'd be able to learn more. So the way that the amendment or whatever was presented last time around, I didn't have as much knowledge as I do sitting here today. And I just want to say that I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Gervais, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm starting to hear more and more, of us, supporting the amendment. I think it would be great to have a representation from the board and have a voice. And this is really why we go to AGMs, to be able to convince our people, our citizens out there in the communities that that we want to do the right things. We need to give the people confidence that whenever we put anything into legislation, that we had it well thought of, and we're not just going to do it overnight. And this is the first step to be able to get an honest and a comfortable decision by a lot of our citizens that go to the AGM to vote on this. That exactly is a representation, a voice. I support this amendment.
Thank you. President Keith, please go ahead.
Yes, I support this amendment because I believe that if you deny the LGBTQIA2S plus a voice at the board level, it is going to fall squarely on the shoulders of someone else to represent them, like the youth or the women. I was a youth rep and I was made to work on a pride sash, and that was a really uncomfortable process for me. I'm not part of the LGBTQ just because I'm a youth. And I find that when we deny the LGBTQ their own spaces, they feel the pressure to take up other spaces, and it can cause some clashes. So I'm in favor of this amendment completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Davern, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to obviously echo what a lot has been said. I'll be speaking in favor of the amendment. And I also just want to sort of build on something that past speaker Mixie Wells had said. It's not just youth, and also to build on what Jamie Lee said, you know, it's not just youth that are 2S LGBT people. These are also elders. These are also adults. These are a lot of people that have been too afraid to come out for so long. And we talk about bringing our people home. And what better way to bring our people home than to give them a place where they can feel at home? You know, we all know it's a scary world out there, you know, and for us to take a very clear stand in saying that we support our children, our youth, our adults, and our elders, I think is a really, really good way forward. And I mean, I really do hope that we move in this direction. So I'll be speaking in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. So just discussing with my co-chair here, Walter, I'll let you speak, be the last person to speak. We are suggesting that we put the amendment to a vote, and we are overdue for a short break. But what we will do is we'll put the amendment through to vote on, and then we can decide as the assembly gathered if you want to just keep working through to finish this resolution, or if we will have a break. So Walter, I will hand it over to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I would love to see this year resolution go to the AGM. And I think it's only right that we allow our people to vote on issues in regards to our constitution that we want to bring forward. So I would like to take this mostly out of the hands of the MNGA and put it to our people. So I'm hoping everybody does vote yes on this resolution, and I call question.
Thank you, Walter. We are going to vote on the amendments as they were put forward by President Byrd, and I will hand it over to Mr. Meeker.
Thank you. As this is a proposed amendment to the legislation, we do not need a roll call vote for this vote. So we are going to do it through the polling function through Zoom, and I'm told that we have the poll ready. If we could launch the poll, please. Okay, so the poll is launched, so please cast your vote accordingly.
Sorry, is there a way to bring the poll back up? I just want to double check that I voted the way that I wanted to.
Good question. I don't actually have the poll up myself. Yes. Unfortunately, Mr. Davern, we don't have that ability. So, without killing and relaunching the poll again.
No worries at all. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have an answer from everyone from the poll. So we're going to go ahead and close that, and then we're going to display the results, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi, so the yes votes were 28, no votes were 10, and 1 abstention. Just
Thank you, Nicole. The amendment has passed. So what we will do is if there's any further discussion for the resolution as amended, we will have that discussion now. If not, then we will move to a vote. And I see hands up, so I will acknowledge Mr. DeJager.
Yeah, I was just wondering what's the process and why do we do secret ballot? We didn't do that all day. What's that about?
Mr. Beaker?
Yeah, thank you for that. We are only required to do a roll call vote to adopt a resolution in front of the assembly. So if it is the final resolution, we have to do a roll call vote as per the MNGA Act. Any other what is called subsidiary motion, amendment, postponement, etc., any of those can be done by an electronic voting by the polling system. So I think, as you can understand, it does speed things up. But when it comes to the final resolution, we do have to do that by a roll call vote. And we just haven't had a subsidiary motion until right now.
President Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for the respectful conversations. I'm going to be voting in favor of this resolution. I think it should go to the AGM, where all of our citizens have an opportunity to vote on it. However, I would like to recommend, perhaps because we do have another AGM or two before or MNGA before the AGM, it would be up to the LGBTQIS plus community to put forward a resolution for a LGBTQIS plus act, and that would be my recommendation. However, I've always felt as a board member a bit uncomfortable voting at the MNGA table, because I think I really want to hear what our leadership, our community leadership feels. But however, this is our structure, so I will be voting in favor, and I will call question.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, just a point of clarification with some of the comments that were just made by President Smith. There has been a 2S LGBTQIA plus act presented as part of this resolution. I would like to refer to be it resolved number B, where it says the attached 2S LGBTQIA plus act attaches Appendix A be adopted and enacted as a governing legislation. So not only are we going to be amending legislation to create room for these positions in existing legislation should it pass, it's also going to enact the 2S LGBTQIA plus act in Appendix A.
Okay, could you put that up on the screen for me, please, Mr. Clerk? I might have missed that part.
We're just bringing that up.
Thank you. So just for clarification, was that attached to the resolution?
It was.
Okay. Okay. I obviously didn't see that, so thank you for everybody that worked hard on that.
Chair recognizes Patrick.
I think Tyler had his hand up before I did.
Okay, I will go to Tyler and then we'll go to you, Patrick, and then we will end the discussion with Sylvia. Thank you.
My point was just we've discussed this in many formats and forms, and again for a good while today. Everybody's had a really good discussion. We're all sort of heading in the same direction. I just think it's time to call question. It's time.
Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, really good discussion, and by the looks of the amendment, it was very close, and I myself don't want to hold up this going to our citizens. So I will be voting in favor of this amended act. I have a precautionary approach when it comes to the change of governance, but I feel ultimately it really is our citizens that need to weigh in. So just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Go ahead to our final speaker and then we will move to vote.
You're muted, Sylvia. You're muted.
I will vote in favor of this act. But also I just want to ask that if this resolution and including the act, if it could be shot out to all of our members, that would be wonderful, so that they can get to read this and digest it all before it comes to a vote at the AGM. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you for the good discussion, everybody. I'm now going to pass it over to Mr. Beaker to vote on the resolution.
Okay, thank you. I have the roll in front of me and a brief reminder before we take the roll. An abstention, it will have the same impact as if you were voting no. As the MNGA Act requires 75% of people to vote in favor to enact a piece of legislation. Starting with the A's. Tom Adams. Tom Adams. David Allard.
In support.
Melanie Allard. Rob Anderson.
In favor.
Miranda Berard.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor, 100%.
Joy Bremner.
Abstain.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Nicole Corson.
Yes, in favor.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Sean Davrin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Ebe Goulet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Crelo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
Denny Paquette,
Abstain.
Valerie Pace,
Yes.
Kelly Sears,
Yes.
Dana Shaw,
Yes.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Greg, no Greg, Joyce Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears, Pixie Wells,
I think she said yes.
I think Marlene answered before I did, so I'll let her answer, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Marlene Swears, I did not hear you.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Very faint, but I heard you that time. Thank you,
Okay.
Marlene. Pixie Wells,
100% in favor.
thank you. I think there were a couple people that I missed. Who did I miss? Please cast your vote now.
I think Tom Adams got something in the chat there.
Tom Adams, yes.
Okay, Tom Adams, yes.
Mert Servatius, yes.
Mert Servatius, yes. Anyone else? Okay, let me tabulate very quickly, please, here. Thank you. Okay, so with 38 votes cast, we need 29 in favor to pass. We had 36 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. The resolution passes.
He has his hand.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I see you, Director Dieger. I'll get to you in just a second. I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping if I can. I do note the time. We're at 3:15 Pacific, 4:15 Mountain. We're 45 minutes past the scheduled health break, but also 15 minutes ahead of what had been originally planned as the end of day. I note we have 4 further resolutions that had been hoped for today. And so I want to get a sense of the Assembly on how we wish to proceed. If we wish to have perhaps just like a 5-minute break for anyone who needs to use the washroom, get some water, and then return and try to get started on Resolution 2 for perhaps an hour or so, or some other thing. So I do have you there, Director Dieger, but I do want a sense from the Assembly on how we wish to proceed. Is there, and perhaps you can just lower your hand for a second, Director Dieger. I'll go by way of unanimous consent or see if we have that might be the fastest way. Is there an appetite to take 5 minutes and then return and try to push to, let's say, close to 4:30 Pacific, 5:30 Mountain Time? Is there any objection to that? If so, raise your hand. I'm not seeing an objection other than Director Dieger's hand. I don't know if that's still up or if that's an objection. It's a still up. Okay, so that's what we'll do. I'll turn it over to Director Dieger, and then once at the conclusion of his comments, we'll take 5 minutes, return, and go till 4:30 Pacific, 5:30 Mountain. So, Director Dieger.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone who put in all the hard work to get this done. Thanks for not giving up. Thanks for not giving up, because you trusted your nation that we would do the right thing and move it forward. So it's amazing. I just want clarification though, like, what do we need to do to pass this at the next AGM? Are we going to lose out and it's going to be 2 years because of the election? Or can we do something earlier, have the election before the AGM? Explain to me how that's going to work out.
Mr. Beaker.
Thank you for that. With the assumption that the next general election date is going to be in early September and the AGM being in late September, the MNGA in March is going to decide the election date, of course. With those assumptions, we would not be looking at a full year after the AGM to start electing people to this council should it be adopted. That is where the 120-day provision in the Constitution for vacant seats would kick in. So we would be probably looking at an election at least being called by December 2024, January 2025 for these positions, should it be adopted. So that's the time frame that you're looking at. So it would be, if it is adopted at the AGM, you're looking at no more than 6 months. And no quicker than probably 3. But it would be a specific by-election for these positions.
Thank you. So I've got 3:20 my time. We'll come back at 3:25, 4:25 Mountain, and we'll get right on to resolution number 2. So everyone stretch your legs, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll get started. We'll have Mr. Beaker go through the roll just for quorum, and then we'll get right to resolution number 2. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker when he's ready.
All right, and we will start in reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells. Marlene Swears.
Here.
Joyce Sundin. Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Kelly Sears.
Here.
Valerie Pace.
Here.
Walter Minot.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Here.
Tyler Massey.
Here.
Richard Lewis. Anthony Creelo.
Here.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Here.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present and accounted for.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet. Phoebe Goulet.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Oh, here.
Deb Fisher.
Present.
Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Cheryl Dodman.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Here.
Louis DeJager. Sean Daverin.
Here.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Alana Copeland. Nicole Corson.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Ron Caron. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Miranda Berard.
Here.
Rob Anderson.
Here.
Dave Allard.
Present.
Tom Adams.
Present.
Thank you, Tom.
Would you
Denny-
mind adding me?
Denny Paquette.
Yep.
And Joyce Sundin is here. And President Wells.
Okay, Pixie Wells is here. Joyce Sundin is here. Melanie Allard. Okay. All right. Anyone else that was missed?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Richard Lewis. I'm here now.
Thank you, Richard.
And Louis DeJager.
Louis DeJager. Anyone else? All right, I confirm that we have a quorum present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker, and thank you everyone for returning promptly. We're going to move to resolution number 2. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker to read through that, and then I'll be looking for a mover and seconder. And I am just looking at who submitted. I'll be assuming President Keith will be moving it, but we'll move to Mr. Beaker at this point.
Resolution number 2, subject: ensuring representation for women and youth at the MNGA and regional governance councils. The legislation affected is Constitution, Electoral Act, Métis Nation Women's Act, Métis Nation Youth Act, submitted by the South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association to the clerk on October 23rd, 2023, and will require a 75% vote to approve. Whereas charter community presidents can constitute a majority of the membership of Regional Governance Council RGCs in the Métis Nation Governing Assembly, MNGA. In the event a community president cannot attend an RGC or MNGA meeting, the vice president may attend in their place. Charter community presidents and vice presidents are leaders in their community and as such may also hold elected regional positions. And if a president or vice president is also an elected regional representative, reduction of representation in RGC or MNGA for groups such as women and youth may be negatively impacted. Be it resolved that the following be added as Article 12.1 to the Constitution. 12.1. When serving in one of the positions noted in Article 12, a member of the MMBC may not hold a position on a charter community board. The following be added as Article 8.10 to the Electoral Act. 8.10. Upon election as a regional women's or youth representative, a citizen who holds any elected position on a charter community board must immediately resign from the positions on the charter community board. The following be added as a sub-article to Article 5.4 of the Métis Nation Women's Act. Upon elected as a regional women's representative, a citizen who holds any elected position on a charter community board must immediately resign from the positions on a charter community board. The following be added as a sub-article to Article 5.5 of the Métis Nation Youth Act. Upon election as a regional youth representative, a citizen who holds any elected position on a charter community board must immediately resign from the positions on the charter community board.
Thank you very much. I'll look for a mover. President Keith, is that you wishing to move this?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Thank you very much. And I'll look for a seconder at this point. Just use the raise hand function, please. Tyler Massey, go ahead.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. So I'll turn it over to President Keith. Please go ahead.
I think it's pretty straightforward, just the idea that you can't be a regional youth or regional women's rep and sit on a community board as well. So this year I have been both regional youth representative and a president, and I've been having trouble keeping the roles separate. Specifically, when I vote at the RGC, I have to occupy the youth seat, and I have to call my VP up in order to vote for us. And it's just it's tough to know when SOSMA is getting 2 votes. A lot of people are saying, you know, are you really separate? And nobody can really speak to the operation of my mind, which I totally understand. And so that's why I think that we need to clear this up. And I think if we vote in favor for this, it's going to force us to be more inclusive and find more people to fill these roles. I think there are a lot of people that want to be involved and are just not sure how to. And I think by moving this, that we're going to just have more voices. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it or open up to President Massey if you wish to speak to it as a seconder.
No, all good, thanks.
Thank you very much. I next have President Dodman.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a different thought on it. As Jamie's being both the regional women's rep and a president, I've found it quite easy to get my vice president to step in. I realize that there is a little bit of a difficulty there, but as the women's voice, I'm voting for the women. As the president's voice, I'm voting for my community, so I can keep those separate. Maybe that comes with a few extra years on Jamie, I don't know. But I have to speak against this because I personally have a passion for the Métis in all aspects of my life, in my work, in my political aspects. Just that's my case. I think if another woman would have stepped up as women's rep, even though I was already the president of the community, I would have been more apt to step back. But honestly, there isn't necessarily a lot of people stepping up for the work. And I think this is a possibility. Sometimes we need to have the same person working if they're willing to do that. Anyway, that's my voice. Thanks.
Thank you, President Dodman. Director Hooper.
So just, and Jamie might be able to answer this one. So are you saying any position on their community board, or would it be vice president and president position on that board? Because you could be a director at large or a director and still, okay, maybe it's written in there, but just clarification of that. And, you know, I'm not quite sure on this one, as sometimes we have trouble filling positions. And, you know, if somebody is willing to fill two positions, so it's, you know, I would just wanted the clarification on the board, you know, if it could be a different position on the board, or if you're just meaning president or vice president. Thanks.
So the reason
Go ahead, President Keith. Go ahead.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. So the reason why I included it as all positions is because I was sort of worried about a power struggle. So if you have a youth rep, a regional youth rep who sits at the RGC, and a president who sits at the RGC, and a president says, you know, this is how my community feels, and that youth rep sits on that same board, they might be in a position to say, actually, that's not how our board feels. You're misrepresenting us. And it's kind of a recipe for being undermined. And as much as you can tell youth, you know, you have to stay in your lane, you're not the community voice. I just feel like people might get too tempted to insert themselves when they see something really wrong happening. So that was my thought with that. I can tell you right now, it's not hard to fill these positions. So when I get an empty spot as a youth rep, I go down my list and start making calls. And I have found random people who would not have gotten a place in this nation otherwise if I hadn't called them. I just filled, well, not recently, but that's how I found Vernon's youth rep, Lauren. She didn't know how to get involved. And granted, it comes with some hand-holding. I have to instruct them on how to do it, to attend an AGM and how to put their name forward. But it's worth including new people. It's worth the journey to find the people that might want or might show a slight interest in these positions. And I know that lots of people, I mean, from a president's perspective, lots of people do want to join in, but if someone has occupied that position for years and years and years, there's a little bit of hesitancy that they might be encroaching on someone. So I think, again, this is just a mechanism that is going to involve many more people, and it's going to tighten up making sure that we are, you know, abiding by ethical standards. Thanks.
Thank you, President Keith. I next have President Anderson.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out that MWBC and MYBC positions are volunteer positions, just like all board members, as opposed to directors who are actually employees. So I will be voting against this because I think it is possible to sit on two different seats at one time and still serve the community well. Thank you.
Thank you, President Anderson. I next have Minister Davern.
Yeah, hi everybody. Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair, they, them. I'm going to be speaking in favor of this. I feel like I definitely want to echo Jamie's words that as time goes on, the roles grow and keep growing. And honestly, like it is really hard not to keep in my opinion, from what I've seen, not to keep separate, but to keep up. It's a struggle when you have a super engaged community and the youth are really doing a lot right now. And I think that we really do need to sort of protect those volunteers from that volunteer burnout that I think we so often see. Just because a seat is empty, the people who are really passionate about the nation, they're like, oh well, I could fill that. What's one more position? So I'm definitely going to be speaking in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have President McDonnell.
Sorry, took a minute to find my mic. I am likely going to vote against this, in that I think that right now in my community, I am absolutely thrilled that my youth rep, who has been there for a couple of years, even though she hasn't been busy within the youth programming by MNBC, she's not had a lot of contact from anyone, as well as my VP now, are both really engaged with the board. And I can see in the next couple of years them moving forward, either one of them, to be the leader of the Nicola Valley and District Métis. As well, my comment would be that yes, they are all volunteer positions, and I believe if we're willing to do them right now, that should be our choice, because it is difficult to get people to take those spots. There was something else I wanted to say, but I got distracted. I can hear my eight-year-old outside of the door. But yeah. Oh, the other thing was, I am really know for a fact and without a doubt that my youth rep and my VP are very ethical people. And I know that they would share whatever, if they had to vote in my place, they would share whatever our board and our community had asked them to share.
Oh, Leader McDonnell, you've muted yourself. I'm not sure if you finished or just accidentally muted yourself.
Oh, nope. I'm saying, Marcy, if you caught the last bit of what I said.
All right. Thank you very much. I next have President Wells.
I'm not sure where I sit with this one, because I sit in I'm going to explain. There's a few different reasons. I'm kind of in favor and I'm kind of not, but at this point right now, I do know that the women and the youth are volunteers, and I completely understand all of those things. And I'm a little bit concerned as we don't have a women's rep sitting right now to even address some of these issues. So this is a concern of mine when we speak about having people at the table and being able to fill these roles. Here we have a situation where we have a duly elected official who isn't here to represent the women who she was duly elected to represent. So here we are, we have women at the table, and women around the table as presidents and whatever, bringing forth this, and we have nobody representing them at the governing body level. So I think we need to look at this from a perspective of, how do we fill these seats? How do we make sure that people have these voices? And again, if they are being paid by MNBC, maybe they don't get to hold both of these seats. But I think, and again, I got a phone call from MNBC not too long ago asking me if I had an employee in my community. And I told them no, because I'm a volunteer and I don't want to become an employer. However, they were so willing to give out medical and dental, or looking at giving medical and dental to some of these employees in our communities who some of our communities have been able to hire. Great, fantastic. Why don't we give them to the boards, these people who are volunteering, and maybe we'll get a little bit more buy-in and a little bit more retention from people who want to sit on these boards, but know that this is a volunteer thing and you can become very easily burnt out. So for me, I think we need to fill the spots when we have the availability. So I'm kind of waving on the fence here, Jamie. It's not that I don't support this. I'm just a little bit concerned that then you sit with places that may sit empty for quite some time. And some of us don't have the availability to be able to make those phone calls and phone calls and phone calls. So again, it's putting a little bit more strain again on the volunteers or on the president or the executive boards on chartered communities to try to fill these spots, when I think MMBC should be helping us in some way look at some sort of initiatives and or ways to hang on to board members and or volunteers because I consider myself a person who works for MMBC. Even though I'm a volunteer, I still volunteer my time, but I still work for MMBC delivering all of those things that need to be done. And I get it, yes, but I still consider myself staff. I'm not a staff member in the aspect of, yes, you don't have my social insurance number, but I'm still delivering and I'm still putting out money and I'm still holding things in chartered community. I'm a volunteered employee.
Thank you, President Wells. I next have President Bremner.
Pixie had a lot of really good comments, and I think going back and forth, and ever since I had come on as the leader and president of Mid-Island Métis Nation, they had been operating that the youth and women's positions were not directors of the board of directors, and didn't actually have a vote. And so we've continued that for the majority of the time. And on occasion, we do go without somebody sitting in one of those positions, or both at occasionally on time. But at the same time, I think the importance of attempting to have them with a vote that is beyond the board and not influenced directly as being a board member, I think is really important, because then there is that outside of the board of directors communications they get to have with those in our communities. And I know it takes work and it takes some time occasionally to actually get someone on in those positions. But I think that extension and being somewhat of an independent voice, just speaking to those individuals in our communities, is really important. And I think some good things can come of that, especially when they bring it back to our own board of directors, and then also to the island or our regional representation. I think if we can hang in there to continue to attempt to do that, I think it's really important. So I will speak in favor of this.
Thank you, President Bremner. I next have President Allard.
Yeah, hi everyone. I asked for Article 12 of the Constitution there to be posted. It's in the chat. I'm seeking clarification to the be it resolved A, which refers to Article 12. My question is to the submitter, is this to correct something, or is this just for extra clarity?
No.
Go on. Pretty much my question. 12.1 says Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I will allow or recognize President Keith if you wish to respond to that.
Sorry, if I'm understanding you're asking if 12.1 is clarifying, David Allard?
Well, I'm wondering what the purposes of 12.1 is as it relates to Article 12. Article 12 is in the chat, and it says that any MNBC board directors, in essence, cannot have a position on a chartered community. My impression was there was already something in all of our acts and regulations that address that. I may be mistaken, and that's the clarification. Is it to address that, or is it just to have it extra clear in the Constitution?
I think it's to have it extra clear. John, do you remember exactly what we discussed when we were coming up with this one?
Yes.
Recognize Mr. Beaker.
Yes, and that's exactly what it is. There was no requirement in legislation that said that you couldn't be a member of the MNBC provincial board and an elected member of a chartered community. Convention usually has it that once somebody is elected to the provincial board, they give up their chartered community seat. But there was no legislative requirement. This was to put it in line with the other suggested amendments.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to know. I'm on the fence on this one because there's such good feedback. Not entirely sure where I am at this time. I do appreciate the trickiness of having a regional representative, a youth or a women's rep, also having a seat at the RGC and even more so at the MNGA. I think those positions, being basically president or vice president, in the case of the MNGA, could potentially make it a little bit tricky. But then again, we do need people, so I'm not too sure where I stand. Thank you for all your feedback on that.
Thank you very much, President Allard. And I have President Dodman again for a second time. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Article 12.1 does state a member of the MNBC. I'm assuming we're talking a board member. Neither women or regional women or regional youth are on the board level of MNBC. So thereby their voice really isn't heard much anyway, speaking from experience. So once again, I do stand against this particular item. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any other hands. I'm seeing a couple more pop up. I'll have you. I'll have Patrick, Director Harriet, and then I'll turn to you, President Keith.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is something that's, I think, been discussed quite a bit just over a number of years. And I think it's made more complicated now that at an RGC, there can be any community board member as the representative of the community, which I think is good. But I was going to say that when it comes to, say, a community president or vice president and a regional role, like I know that, and nothing against you, Cheryl, I know you do it well. I do feel that keeping those things separate so that we can mentor up other voices and we can encourage other voices. I know it's been difficult in the past, but there's a lot of really good points that were brought up today, but I sure would like to see those separated. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if I agree with any other role on the board. Like I don't understand why a director at large couldn't also fill some of these. I don't know. I think I'm on the fence and I'm confusing the matter, so I'll just stop there.
Thank you, President Harriet. And next, I had President Keith.
Yeah, I don't think you need to occupy two positions. And yeah, it's going to make you make a few more phone calls and reach a little wider, but it's worth it because you might get someone addicted to their culture. You might meet someone that you've never met before and never would have had the opportunity. And you have to think about, like, yes, you can be a good and ethical person in this position, but you need to think about someone who might be tempted to go otherwise. This is the perfect position to be manipulative in. It's the perfect position to have two votes and for you and someone on your board to say, okay, you're going to vote for this and I'm going to vote for this. So we're going to get 2 and 1. I mean, in addition to that, even if you're a youth rep and you sit on a local youth as a board, I mean, does that mean that you're only representing SOSMA youth or is it regional youth? It just leads to more complication in my opinion, but I would be willing to change it to president and vice president if that's more palatable at this point, but I do speak in favor of as it's written right now.
Thank you, President Keith. I've got President Wells and then Director Hooper.
Again, I'm struggling a little bit with this one, and I understand both sides, and I'm hearing both sides, and I'm concerned a little. Again, I'm a little concerned that we, as we just passed a resolution and moving forward to the AGM for the 2S LGBTQIA plus, and I'm just curious. Again, this doesn't address that yet either. So this addresses the youth and the regional women, and I know that hasn't got there yet. But I'm just wondering if and I don't know, Jamie, maybe you'll support this or not. I'm just wondering if maybe and I don't want to put this aside because I think it's important, but I think I'm just wondering if maybe we could put it aside for now and come back to it later at the end of the rest of our work today or tomorrow, just to see if maybe we can come to a different, maybe if we can all come to a different place as we move forward on how this resolution moves forward.
Before I have Director Hooper, if I can just have a moment. All right, thank you for that. Just before we get to Director Hooper, we essentially what we have is a motion to postpone to a certain time, and so we'd have to define that time. And so President Wells, I'll just keep you on if you can. When would you suggest? I think you mentioned a couple times, perhaps at the end of the agenda tomorrow. Is that the suggestion?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone to tomorrow at the end of the agenda. It does require a second, and it is both debatable and amendable. So I will see if we have a second. Director Hooper, I do have your hand up, so if you want to lower your hand at this point, just so that if I see hands coming up for seconding, is there a second to postpone to the end of the agenda? I see President Corson, is that your intention?
Yes, I second the motion to postpone.
Okay, thank you. We do have, and I'm going to try to limit it to about 5 minutes of discussion if we can. But raise your hand if you wish to speak to the motion to postpone to the end of the agenda. And I do see and recognize President Keith.
Speaking against the postponement, I have a Christmas party and I'm sure other people want to relax this evening. And so there isn't really much time to discuss it from now until tomorrow morning when we start up again. I think this is a bit silly. Let's vote on it now. And if it gets turned down, then I'll go into consultation and make it more palatable for people. But for now, I'd like to just get this over with and then talk about, fixing it later if it needs it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate for the purposes of this discussion, if we keep our comments brief, like President Keith just did. President Crozier.
Yeah, excuse me. I agree with President Keith. Let's just get her done. It's just enough to postpone everything and then nothing gets done. We have a half hour left and we can get this either yayed or nayed and get her done.
Thank you very much. I do have 2 more hands. Director Hooper?
I agree. Let's work on this right now while we're in the momentum. Do not postpone it until tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Bremner.
I call question.
Well, it has it been 5 speaking? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. And I haven't seen any other hands coming up. This is something we'll be able to do by poll. I'm going to have Nicole put the poll up here in a moment. And this is to vote to postpone to the end of tomorrow, essentially the end of the agenda. We're working on battery power now. All right. I will turn it to, or allow, if we can activate the poll, please. Thank you. This is to postpone to the end of the agenda, which would be tomorrow. Please enter your selection. I think we've got all just one more, 2 more seconds.
Some haven't seen
I
the
see in
poll
the
yet.
chat.
I don't have the
Leader
poll question.
McDonald, you don't have the poll?
Nope.
Okay.
Me
What we'll
neither.
do is, who was the others? Sorry?
I didn't have it either.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll ask for your vote orally. Leader McDonald, sorry. Are you in favor of postponing or opposed? Or wish to abstain?
Opposed.
Thank you. And I think it was Bernadette Chaboyer? Are you in favor or opposed to adjourn? Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, can you just clarify? I think we spoke over each other.
Opposed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have 4 in favor, 33 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. So the motion to postpone failed. We are back to the regular resolution. We have Director Hooper wishing to speak a second time. So please go ahead, Director Hooper.
So thank you. And I just wanted to add 2 things. If Jamie would like to make an amendment to put president or vice president, it would make it a bit more palatable for us in Region 6. And I'd just like to add too is this came to me. It says that we have such a small number of people who are willing to put in the work for our communities, or in some communities. And we do the phone calls. We do all that work. We have done for years. If there's a situation where there's no one else that wants to hold the regional or board position, then we are forcing a vacancy when somebody is willing to do the position. They're willing to do both. So I just thought I would add that. So as it reads, I would not be in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will recognize President Keith.
So if it gets turned down, Susie, then I'll re-bring it up at another MNGA with the amended president and vice president, and you can find people, and I will put my name forward and say any community that can't find someone, I will volunteer to go down the list and help however I can, because I do believe firmly there are people out there, we just don't know them yet. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. I'm not seeing any other hands coming up, so I will turn to Mr. Beaker for the roll vote on resolution number 2, and he'll let us know the requirement in order to pass and the effect of an abstention vote. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. So because we require 75% of votes cast in favor, an abstention is in essence going to have the impact of a no vote. And we have 38 delegates in attendance, so we need 29 votes to pass. And we're going to start alphabetically. Tom Adams.
No.
David Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
No.
Miranda Berard.
Abstain.
Caitlin Bird.
No.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
No.
Nicole Corson.
Abstain.
Jeff Crozier.
No.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
No.
Sylvia DeRoche.
No.
Cheryl Dodman.
No.
Alicia Fernando.
No.
Deborah Fisher.
No.
Paulette Flamond.
No.
Rainey Gervais.
Abstain.
Dean Gladue.
No.
Phoebe Goulet.
Abstain.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
No.
Susie Hooper,
No.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Carrillo,
No.
Richard Lewis,
No.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
No.
Walter Minot,
No.
Valerie Pace,
No.
Denny Paquette,
No.
Kelly Sears,
No.
Mert Servatius,
No.
Dana Shaw,
No.
Lisa Smith,
No.
Joyce Sundin,
No.
Marlene Swears,
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, I will tabulate. Okay, so the results were 39 votes cast. So we have 8 in favor, 27 opposed, and 4 abstentions. The resolution fails.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. And I'll keep you on, and we'll get right on to resolution 3.
Okay, so resolution number 3. The subject is Provincial Youth Chair, clarification of candidate qualifications. This will affect the Electoral Act and the Constitution. It was submitted by the Salmon Arm Métis Association to the clerk on October 20th, 2023, and will require 75% vote and approval. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure they are correctly stated and written in unambiguous language. Article 23.6 of the Constitution stipulates minimum age of 18 years to hold a position on the MNBC Board of Directors, and this age restriction is not mentioned in the Electoral Act or the Constitution under candidate qualifications for positions within Métis Youth British Columbia, which includes the office of Chairperson of Métis Youth of British Columbia, and prospective candidates for this office should be clearly aware of the candidate qualifications for this office. Be it resolved that the following text be added to Article 8.3C of the Electoral Act. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia, except for the office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. Any Métis citizen who is between 18 years of age and 30 years of age may seek the elected office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. The following be added to Article 38 of the Constitution. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia, except for the office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, 38.1. Any Métis citizen who is between 18 years of age and 30 years of age may seek the elected office of Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I will look for a mover and a seconder. I'll look to President Allard.
I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I see Chairperson Daffern.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. Open for discussion. President Allard.
Yeah, hi everyone. This came to my attention a number of years ago, and I brought it up with John recently, and he assisted me in submitting this. The crux of the issue is the Constitution states that a member of the MNBC board, which in this case refers to the provincial youth chair, is disqualified from being a member of the board, and it enumerates a number of reasons. and one of them is if they're less than 18 years of age. So that's stated in the Constitution. So you can't be a MNBC board member if you're less than 18 years of age. The Constitution in another section in the Electoral Act as well, as seen here, states that you can be elected the provincial youth chair if you're between 15 and 18. So the practical, theoretical issue that may arise is we could have a 15, 16, 17-year-old provincial youth chair as an MNBC board member, but would also be disqualified based on the Constitution. So this needs addressing, and I submit this as a way to address it. Basically, the provincial youth chair would have to be between 18 and 30. And I think there's practical considerations as well. I'm not against the concept of having a provincial youth chair be 15 years old. Technically, that can happen as it stands, but I just think with the way things are now, the last number of years, with the salaries and the time commitment expectations, we would expect all of our MNBC board members, including the youth chair, consider this a full-time job. If you're 15 years old, I'm not sure that's necessarily entirely feasible. So these are theoretical examples, but the crux of the issue is that you're disqualified from being on the MNBC board if you're less than 18 years old. So that's why I submitted this, and I think it's pretty straightforward. And so this is my way of addressing this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, President Allard. Director or Chairperson Davrin.
Yeah, and then just sort of like to fill in some other parts. You know, I definitely think that you can hold that regional position as, you know, as was just said, but when we look at the chair position that I hold, this is a full-time job and then some a lot of the time. And are we then asking a youth to step out of high school, not complete their education? And then there's also, you know, it was brought up to me around child labor, and would the child even be able to, I believe, I can't remember exactly what was brought up at the MIBC meeting, but them not even being able to like hold access to this money. It would be like held in trust or something if they were under a specific age. So yeah, it's you know, it's an oversight that just hasn't been addressed yet. And yeah, I would second it just to make sure that we're in line with our Constitution.
Thank you very much. I did see Director Harriet's hand up. I don't know if that remains the case. Director Harriet, did you wish to speak?
No, I think some of the points that I was going to raise were clarified by the mover and seconder, so I no longer need to speak.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wished to speak to resolution number 3? Please don't feel rushed because we're getting close to the end of the day here, but we want to make sure we do have adequate discussion. I see Director Gladue, followed by Director Gervais.
Question?
I'll see if Director Gervais wished to speak, and then see if there's no other hands, we will move to the vote on this matter. Director Gervais.
Yeah, from 15 to 18. 18 is more of a reasonable request. If they could change that age, I would definitely approve this this resolution. So for now, I'll just take my chances and vote.
All right, thank you for your comments. Last chance, any other hands? Not seeing any coming up. Oh, I do see President DeRoche. Go ahead. Just make sure, unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go.
Does it not have to be 18 to 30 just for legal purposes for insurance coverage?
I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker. I don't think there's not an upper end of that with regards to those types of things, insurance. That's just because that's the definition of youth. But I'll let Mr. Beaker comment on the age. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And this issue came up recently at a charter community meeting for how young you can be a director under the BC Societies Act. and you need to be at least 16 years old to be a director of a not-for-profit society in British Columbia. With that being said, the MNBC Constitution already states that somebody under the age of 18 years would be ineligible to serve on the MNBC board. This is clarifying in other legislation what is in the Constitution already. Now the Constitution can be amended to allow for somebody of a younger age to sit on the MNBC board, of course. But that stands right now. But the Societies Act requires you to be of 16 years of age.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do have President DeBoard. Go ahead.
Just kind of two quick questions here. One, I just got a comment like, we made a choice to put a youth up there, and now it feels like we're kind of limiting the type of youth or to be up there. I mean, these voices are the youth voices, so I'm not especially keen, but I'm going to vote with my community on this one. But then also, we're saying that you have to be 19 in order to get onto this board, if that's correct, because it's between 18 and 30. Because it says any citizen who's between 18 and 30, not 18 to 30, because it maxes at 29 for a youth, right? I just want to kind of clarify, because an 18-year-old is out of high school, I believe.
So thank you for that question, Mr. DeBoard. Once somebody turns 18 and has their 18th birthday, they would be considered between the ages of 18 and 30. So it would be 18 years and 0 days. You are now eligible, much the same as we read between 15 years of age and 30. So
does that mean the 30-year-olds included? Sorry.
Yes. So if you are of age 30 and 364 days, you would still be eligible to be a youth candidate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see two final hands. This is their second opportunity to speak, but I will recognize them. Director Harriet, go ahead.
Oh, I shouldn't have wasted my first one. All right. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say what I was going to say initially. That was clarified. I do think that board positions are full-time positions, and asking someone who's theoretically should still be in high school to also take this role on, that's why I was initially going to speak about making sure that the youngest of our youth bracket were able to participate, but with the lens of it being a full-time job and encouraging kids to stay in school, that's why I'm voting in favor of this.
Thank you very much. And before I get back to President Allard, I'll recognize President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot. A question, does this mean that a youth who is 28 can run, and anyone older than that cannot run for an election because they would turn over 30.264 days, whatever, 364 days, whatever? So is that wrote up somewhere that so that not in the middle of a run that they turn too old for the position? Thank you.
Can I respond to that really quick, if that's okay?
Yes, you may be able to answer that one. Go ahead, Director or Chairperson Daffrin.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And as of right now, there is no aging out clause within the Youth Act. So as John Beaker was saying earlier, if you ran and were elected on the day of the election, you were, 30 years old and 364 days, you would still run, and your term would be a complete term, and you would be when you'd finish your term, you'd be 34. So we do not have an aging out clause.
Thank you, Chairperson Daffrin, and I'll go back to President Allard.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your comments. Let's just focus in on the fact that as it stands, the Constitution disqualifies anyone less than 18 of being in this position. So that's what's being addressed here. This is what most, I think, and I'm sure many others think is a good solution to address this at this point in time. And I did hear a question asked, and I think there was more than five people that had an occasion to debate this.
Five people for the amendment, 30 minutes
Yeah.
for question, but I am seeing no further hands up. And so at this time, and looking at the time, I am going to go to the vote. This is another roll vote, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go alphabetical this time. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Sorry, yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Sorry, yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Phoebe Goulet.
Yeah. Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Yes.
Anthony Crelo.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
Yes.
Valerie Pace.
Yes.
Denny Paquette.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Mert Servatius. Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Joy Sundin.
Yes.
Marlene Swears.
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Okay,
I'd call out, John, I would call out Mert again, just in case she missed that.
Yeah.
okay, Mert Servatius. We require your vote.
I don't think she's on.
Okay, so if I have not missed anyone else, this resolution is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker, and thank you everyone for your patience throughout the day and the considered discussion throughout the day. We will adjourn until tomorrow morning and continue with resolution number 4 right after we deal with quorum. I want to just a reminder, it's 9 o'clock start Pacific, 10 o'clock Mountain Time, and we'll see you all bright and early. Have a good evening. I do see, yes, Mr. Crozier.
Sorry, I will not be here tomorrow, but my Vice President, Wendy Schneider, will be taking my place.
All right. Thank you for letting us know. All right, everyone, have a good evening. For those of you getting to do Christmas parties and things like that, enjoy yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you, co-chairs.
Thanks, everybody.
Cheers. Bye, Carmen. Bye, David.
Thank
You guys, it was a pleasure.